size, that's even better for us because the lower pressure is the better one. Get less defects with this lower pressure. All right, we beat that horse to death. All right. All right. So we built that. We saw this. We said that both pressure and the batch made a difference. And so what you might do is go back and at some point and analyze what the differences are between the batches and go back to the manufacturer and say, so what is the difference between batch 1 and batch 2 and batch 2 and batch 3 and that sequence, so you can understand since the batches are producing different results. So we did this, and so we saw that there was a difference between running it with and without blocking, because we got the indication that batches did play a role in the end result. This is actually out of your textbook and what it's saying. So this is from the software design expert. Doesn't matter, you can get the same thing in results. So this is looking at just for model adequacy, and there's no deviations that we need to be concerned about in this particular one. We won't go over that or that or that. This. So I will guarantee, I will bet you Rob's paycheck. I'm so convinced of this. I am certain that at some point you'll have missing data. And what do you do about it when it happens? And there's a whole body of literature out on what you can do. Depending on what sort of thing you can do an educated guess and say that, so if I have a bunch of data and it's all pretty well behaved data, and I'm assuming that that particular missing data is not a real outlier or falls way beyond, you can take an educated guess and put it in there. Now, people might question that, but that's based on your gut feel for the data and your level of understanding of the data. You can do that. There's also a more practice approach where you can use something like this. And so what that's doing is if we say out of that vascular graft data, we're missing a data point for whatever reason, the equipment broke while we were doing it and we didn't get it fixed in time to get the results of the data. There's a mathy approach, which is actually pretty easy to do. After you've built your matrix, you just take this formula, which is the number of elements in the column times this row sum plus the number in the row times the column sum minus this total sum, and then you do similar math down below. And here's an example of that. And then you end up with really what's an interpolated value. So it's kind of a row column average for that particular value. You plug it in and get your result. The other thing you can do is, if you remember when we talked about random variables or using random variables, and we did that in JMP, you could do that, and it basically compensates for you. So JMP will, in essence, build that number for you. The trouble is you don't know what it is. So that's how you deal with the missing value. Now, what we haven't talked about yet is what do you do? How do you build the experiment in the first place? And so when you go back to this this example without the missing data, how do you decide what to do when? Because remember, you need to make sure that everything's random, right? So the sequence you're doing is random, because we saw earlier in the description of nuisance variables that it's the unknown effects, and the only thing you can do to control unknown effects, more or less, is build it so that you're collecting your data randomly, so it minimizes that effect. So at the end of the day, remember, random's good. So let's use an example. Let's use an example. So you're going to run a coffee experiment, and what you're asked to do is evaluate the optimal strength of coffee, but you're going to use a very special kind of coffee. And this coffee is black ivory coffee, and it's $1,000 a pound. And this coffee, actually, they feed the coffee beans to elephants, and then they wait till it comes out the other side of the elephant, and they sift through what comes out the other side of the elephant after it's been fermented, and then they complete the process. I don't know that I'm interested in trying the kind of coffee. So what you've decided is that you're going to use 4 factors based on an in-depth evaluation of the literature. And you're going to look at grind, temperature, time, and how much you put in. And grind is going to be your categorical, which is either coarse or medium. And then the remaining 3, you're going to treat as continuous. And
so, Tom,
yeah,
would you have to block the elephant, because the elephant's going to produce different types?
You know, that could be the one that you do the covariance on. But
okay.
I could say you could block on that if you wanted to. There's actually, you know, when I was messing around with this, there's actually another kind of coffee that it's the same process, but it's a different animal. So I was watching this movie, and
Blake says it's bats and it's delicious. I'll take his word for it.
I'll take his word for it too. I'm not going to spend $1,000 on a pound of coffee. If it's not in a Keurig cup, I'm probably not going to drink it. I did look up to see if these things were in Keurig cups. They're not. So you can find this example, because I thought it might be helpful if you want to do a review down here. So you can cut and paste this out. And go ahead and do it. So I'm just walking through what this example is. Oop, where did I go? Okay, so how are we going to do this? So I want you to, I'll leave that up. I want you to go over to, what's the best way to do this? Maybe here. Jump, hit DOE. And hit custom design. And you should get a screen that looks like this. All right, so keep that there. And so we're going to build this from scratch. So this is the response, which is your dependent variable. And we're going to highlight that. And type in strength. Now you don't have to type in strength. You can keep it as Y. But if you want to make it pretty, you can do that. All right, and we have, see here, we have 1, That's our categorical. And so we'll go over to add a factor, which is, I'm sure what that is. So these are your responses, and these are the factors. So they're the independent variables. You go down to add a factor. That makes sense. Go down to categorical. And how many levels did we have? 2, right? So we had coarse and medium. So we add 2 levels, and it gives us 2 levels. And so we could say this is grind, grind, grind. And let's do medium first. And we'll do coarse. And you all decided as DOE geniuses that temperature, time, and charge are continuous variables. And we're going to add 3. So JMP makes it a little bit easier for you. So it says add n factors, the number of factors you want to add all at one time. So we're going to make that 3 because I'm inherently lazy. And we're going to say continuous. And add 3. And so I can't remember what they are. So we'll look at them here. So it's temp. And it's I don't know if you have the same problem I have. There we go. But sometimes it's hard for me to highlight those things and JMP. And then charge. And then we can go over here and add in the values. So it's 195. And it's 205. And it's time is 3 minutes. And 4 minutes, and then it's 1.6. I don't know 1.6 of what, but it's 1.6 of something, and then 2.4 was it? Right, 2.4.
So how did you add the temp, time, and charge again?
All right, so you go over to so you can do it one at a time by just clicking on continuous each time you do it and then filling it out. Or if you have a bunch of all this, the same flavor or same type of variable, say categorical or continuous or any of the other ones there, you can tell it how many over in this one. So if I wanted to add 72, 72, I could do add factor, and then if I hit continuous, it would add 72 x1 through x72 variables. Does that make sense? And then when I do that, it'll ask me how many levels, which is, so remember that a factor is the top one, that's the treatment, the factor, and then under the factor is the various different things that you're changing. So those are the levels. So if you think of amplifier or stereo, your sound system at home, and you had the volume, that would be the factor. And then each number, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 would be the levels. All right. You good on that, Joe? All right. Where'd I go? Yeah, good. All right, now, since this is an example in JMP, so what this does is this will randomly, when we click continue, and then there's another page, and then click it to go, it will randomly set up this experiment for us so that, recall that randomization is key. Ask what you want. And so in every piece of software, there is a seed, a random seed that kicks that randomization process off. And that random seed is randomly generated. So if you want to get the same results as, say, somebody else did who's using that software, you go in and enter the same random seed that they have. And the way you do that in JMP is you go down to the magic red arrowhead, set random seed, and put it in there. So I'll show you that again. So I'm just going to highlight this random seed, copy it, go back to what I lost. Yeah. Paste it and click OK. So nothing magical happens yet. So I basically, if that's a key code that says, I want to do it the same way that it did it in the example that we're using. Now, if you're doing modeling and simulation, computer modeling and simulation, like actually doing like MATLAB or AnyLogic, and you're working on a problem jointly, say Ibrahim and I are working on a simulation for a project that we're working on, we would both use the same randomly generated seed to make sure that the results we're getting are the same. So it doesn't matter the software. Many of them have this built into it. And so here's where we are. And so we hit continue, and it'll give us this. We're not quite done yet. So recall, and this is where JMP gets a little bit confusing to me. Recall that we have 3 stations. The problem said that we have 3 stations. So you're doing this at your office, and there's 3 coffee stations there, and you're going to use those 3 coffee stations to brew these various pots of coffee because it's easier for you. So you're in New Hope Center, and there's the 3 coffee stations on the 2nd floor that you're going to use. So what JMP does, let me move this over to the side, is it says you're going to do 12 runs. Remember, we had a max of 12 runs because that's all we could afford. And there's 3 stations. So if you divide 12 by 3, you're going to do 4 runs per each block. Let me say that again. We can only afford to do 12 runs. We have 3 coffee stations that we're going to use. And so we divide 12 by 3, that gets us 4 runs that we're going to do. So what we're going to do is go in here, and I'll apologize up front. So there is a glitch in this version of JMP. And so depending on how it's feeling at any point in time, it could throw you an error when you do this. So we're going to add a factor. And the factor we're going to add is a blocking factor. And recall that I said we're going to do 4 runs per block. That's at 12 total runs divided by 3 stations. That means we can do 4 runs per each coffee station. So click on 4. And we can go ahead and change this name. We'll call this stations. You don't have to change that. And it's it's decided for us that the default is 12. Now, sometimes it'll come up with a different default that you can choose, or you can put in a user specified amount, or you could decide that you're going to do the minimum. And depending on the numbers that go in here, will determine, remember we talked about power a while ago? That'll determine the power of what this experiment is. And so keep your fingers crossed and hit make design. So what did we get? Oh, yeah, okay, let me do this. There we go. It got stuck under my, you were screen sharing, I couldn't get a hold of it. So how many stations do we have? How many coffee stations do we have? Giving you a hint. 3 coffee stations. And you can see the stations here, and magically, we have 3 coffee stations. And all we did by doing this is what Jump went ahead and did in all this is it took grind, temperature, time, and charge, put them in a hat, shook them up, and then organized them for us so that we had a statistically random organization of each one of these each one of the levels, so that we got the best possible experimental design that we could based on the Jump algorithms. So did you all end up with the same sequence?
We'll have we'll have the same numbers, but they won't be in the same order. Is that correct? So I have 3 stations, but different temperatures.
So your 3 stations don't come up with, so do your stations go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and temperature 195, 195, 195, or is it different?
No, they go 1, 2, 3, 205, 195, 205.
Okay. All right. Did you change the random seed?
Well, no, I did not. That's
all right. So so great experiment, Joe. So if we had synced up our random seed, it should have ended up with the same sequence, because what it's doing is that random seed is randomly generated. If you put in the same number, what it says is, oh, my random number is this number that we put in, and then it'll use that and should build the same same design.
So you mind covering that real quick again, where you put the random seed in?
Yeah, I will. You go to custom design, the magic down arrow, go to set random seed, and then you just pop it into there, whatever. So we could have put 1 in there. And as long as we all had 1, we should all end up with the same results. Now, if you put it in now, it won't change anything until we run it again. Now, one thing I did, and maybe.
So how do you run that again? Sorry, it took me a minute to get off the mute.
So if you go to back, and make sure that when we put in the random seed that you put in this number, which you can cut and paste from the slide if you have the slide open, and then click OK, and then make design.
It changed to match yours now. Sorry. Thanks.
Yep, you're good. I'm glad it worked. About 50% of the time, I end up messing it up. So what I just did was go to power analysis. So under design evaluation, power analysis. So here, So one thing we're very curious about is, will this design give us confidence in producing results that we can tell our co-employees that we're going to get the best strength of coffee, and we all like really strong coffee. So that's what this experiment is doing. And so we want to have an appropriate level of confidence that the results we're going to get are going to be statistically valid. And so if we go to power analysis, remember I said that the rule of thumb was 80%, 0.8. Well, we can see here that for grind, charge, temperature, and time, that it's pretty close to 80. Stations, although we're blocking on them, doesn't seem that it's going to give us power, which doesn't really matter because we don't care about the stations anyway, right? We just blocked on the stations in case there was a difference. In case there was a difference. And there's a whole bunch of other things that we'll look at more when we get to the factorial designs, where you can look at that's not the one I wanted. You can look at, for example, so there's interactions. Remember we talked about interactions a long time ago? That does grind and temperature make a difference? Does grind and time make a difference? And we can look at what the impact of each one of those are. But like I said, we'll talk about this way back when we talk about, hopefully next week when we start talking about factorial. So that's that design. So if you're going to, in your project, do some sort of random blocking model and you want to design it, this is how you design it. And so if you're growing grass, for example, and you're doing it in 4 different areas, you could block on those 4 different areas. So why don't we take a 10-minute break? So I can go coffee. You can reboot. You can listen to some Van Halen. And we'll get back. So 10 minutes, so quarter after.
Hey, Tom.
Yeah.
I was looking at that form that you were talking about for graduation,
Uh-huh.
and I don't really know the next 3 classes or the details associated with it.
Yeah, I can't help you with that.
Can we just reach out to Carla?
Yeah, reach out to Carla.
Okay.
Testify to the conditions of the AA Colorado, which by the way, is the Supermax where he's going to be held, to say like these are impossible conditions. The state of U.S. prisons is horrible. He will be tortured. He will be in isolation. They banned 2 witnesses who could testify to this.
Are they talking about this class?
Witnesses for not having firsthand knowledge of AAX Colorado. I mean, it's just a complete and total farce. This process is absolutely 100% completely divorced.
Hey, Tim, I think your mic's on, buddy.
100%. It's like show trial is fucking century. I mean, it's just so absurd that like this is happening, and this isn't like, I mean, this is major news. The U.S. government is basically in public, railroading a guy, Plainview, well, not even a Plainview of everybody, but Plainview of some people. And this is essentially,
So Blake, where are you?
I'm at a piece of property I own in Southern Illinois. I've been cleaning off the property and luckily just got internet, so I'll be able to do class and cover a couple work meetings today.
That's awesome. Where in Southern Illinois is it?
It's about an hour outside of Paducah.
Oh, okay. So it's Southern Illinois.
Yeah. It's the Little Egypt region. There's like 15 different wineries here in this area based on how the Mississippi and I think the Tennessee come together, or the Ohio. And it's a great little spot. So
Yeah. How long does it take you to get there?
6 hours.
Yeah. We had a piece of property in North Georgia while my daughter was a baby and up through middle school, and it was about 3 hours away, and it just got to the point where we weren't going anymore, so we got rid of it, and I miss it. So at some point I'll get another one. I just haven't figured out where yet.
So the reason we bought it, my son goes to Southern Illinois University, and the thought is once he gets into his sophomore, junior year, he'll just move out here because it's about 15 minutes from campus.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah,
But
my
yeah.
daughter hasn't figured out where she's going yet. I'm got my fingers crossed for UT just because it's, well, one, it's in-state tuition, and second is we get 50% tuition relief.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Plus the Hope Scholarship, you can't beat it.
Yeah. Well, and as a state employee, you get half off tuition on any campus. And the deal I made her is that I would pay the equivalent of full in-state tuition wherever she went. And so if she went to Pellissippi for 2 years and went for free, and then went to UT, she'd make that difference. So at the end of her 4 years, assuming it's 4 years, she gets that difference. So UT is 130 grand-ish a year. And so if she spent 50K to go to school, she'd get 80K to do whatever she wanted with. But if she goes out of state and pays out of state tuition, and so she was interested for a while in going to USC. And if she didn't get scholarships or anything, that's like $300,000. So she'd end up with $170,000 worth of loans, right? And it's like, so here's your first real education in economics, sweetie. So let me ask the entire class a question about the speed of going through using JMP and how we're moving through the slides. Do you feel comfortable with that? Are we going too fast? Are you keeping up? Am I going too slow? And I know that if everybody's equally unhappy, I'm probably doing it about right. So any insights on that? Everything, is it okay the way we're going through it or not?
Goes well, as long as I'm following along with you, okay?
Yep.
And I try to take notes on how you're setting each one of them up as you go through each example. If I get lost or a little bit behind, like I did with setting that one example, then that's where I've got to go back and
Yeah,
capture it.
Yeah, and I appreciate when you stop me. So if at any point you miss a click, it can be really frustrating, and it's easy for me to just kind of breeze through it and miss the fact that we're doing this distance. Actually, I'll be honest, it's even harder in real life, right? Because you're processing so many different things at a time. So yeah, stop me as we're going through it. And I kind of switched a little bit from prior years where I'm using examples that are actually out of the jump documentation. So if you want to go back and look at it, you can. It's not necessarily the clearest. Theirs isn't necessarily the clearest, but it's actually pretty good. So, so let's plunge ahead here because we got to get through some more stuff because we're a little bit behind. And I'm not so much worried about that except as it relates to your projects and some of the stuff you might want to use for your projects. So we went through designing a random block experiment. So we're going to switch it up a little bit. So you became so popular when you published this experiment as a class. So you guys decided to publish this as a class, and it turns out that especially the coffee that you used in your approach, we had all kinds of accolades and recognition. And so Apple decided to retain you as highly paid consultants to go ahead and duplicate the experiment at their Cupertino facility. And if you haven't ever been to the facility, it's huge and it's just totally amazing. And they have coffee bars all over the place, mostly because it's cheaper for them to ply people with caffeine and keep them there 24 hours a day than it is to let them go home. So they have like 250 coffee stations. And because you did so well in the class and are accomplished design of experiment experts, you decided that out of those 250, that you're still going to use 3 coffee stations, but now instead of the 3 or 4 you had access in Jack Case, because you're only limited to the 2nd floor, you have 250 to choose from. So now you can randomly select. You could say, well, Berg, maybe you don't remember, but they had 4 coffee stations at Jack Case, and we're using 3. I can randomize them that. Well, and I said this before, there's no way you're going to convince me that you're going to randomize 3 out of 4. You need a much bigger number to randomize from. Now, how big is big enough? What's the answer to that? It depends. It depends on the number of things that you're going to use, right? So now we get to do something a little bit different. So let's go back to how we did this design, assuming I can find it. Oh, so let me a little bit of explanation here. So when we're doing the random blocking, there's 2 approaches to that. There's fixed blocks and there's random blocks. So why do we call it random blocking? Well, the things within there, the various factors or levels within there, we're randomizing. We also have a chance to either fix those blocks, like if we only have 3 blocks, or think of the field example, I think we had 4. We only have 4, we're going to use all 4. We can't randomize that. But if we have 250 to choose from, we can randomize those. And the people that know a lot more about design of experiments than I do say, if you can randomize those blocks, you should randomize those blocks. And you end up with slightly different results when you do that. It's just a better approach. So let's plunge ahead here and see see how to do that. So where were we here? So I'm going to have you go back, unless you want to rebuild the entire thing, and delete stations. And so you do that by highlighting stations and then highlighting where stations was, and then click remove. And you can do the same thing with any of these other factors as well. So recall that was the way that we did blocking. So what we did was we went, don't do this. We went there, we hit blocking, and then we said how many runs and hit that. And that allowed us to do our fixed blocks, right? Now we're going to do random blocks. And I just lost it again. Stop it. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, here we are. So I got rid of the fixed blocks. And now what we're going to use to do the random blocking, do group runs. We'll change this to 4. Seriously, let's change this to 4. There we go. And what this is the same kind of logic, which I think is backwards. I don't know why Jump does this, but it says group runs into random blocks of size 4. And this is that kind of reverse math that we were talking about before, where we had a limit of 12 runs and we had 3 stations. So that meant that we're doing 4 runs in each station. Okay. That's the logic. And then again, if Jump's happy with us, it looks like it is. It's going to think, right? It takes it a while because it's doing a lot of computation. Ta-da! So it's done the random blocks, and we were successful in getting the 3 stations, right? We wanted 3 stations that did that. And it came up with the combinations that we are interested in of the kinds of grind, temperature, time, and charge. Now, just out of curiosity, let's see what that did to our power. So it slightly improved our power, didn't it? So if you remember, it was like 0.789, and it increased this a little bit more. Time and charge went up a ton. Well, not a ton, but 5%. And that's what you'll find is if you do random blocking as opposed to, or use random blocks instead of fixed blocks, that will increase the efficiency or the power of what your experimental design is. All right, so are we good for that? All right, so we're done with those random blocks. Now, what happens if we want more than one blocking factor? So we're not just going to block on fields, but say irrigation, or we're not just going to block on machine type, but the building that it's in. All right. So we have 2 things that we want to block on. We have 2 nuisance factors. Those are called Latin squares, where we have 2 sources of nuisance variability, which means that we have 2 things that we're not interested in what the changing the factor levels in those, but we're interested in what their effect is. One of the key things that you have to remember in doing this is that they don't interact. So as you change one, it shouldn't have an impact on the other one. They're independent of each other. They tend to not be used as much because of that level of interaction and a variety of other things. I have seen them used. I don't know if it's going to make sense for you guys to use or not. They're not that hard to set up. You just got to think through it. The thing here is, so you might ask, well, how do you do it? Well, recall that we did it just based on, so it's either rows or columns, but let's just say that we did it by columns in the last one. You do it by rows and columns. And so that's just the way that you're keeping track of it. There are certain advantages that you can see here. You know, it's not infrequent that you might have a couple of things that you want to control on like that. Some of the problems are is that, and this is again why it might not be used as much in industry, is there is a sweet spot of between 5 and 10 that you use this on. Now, when you're really doing this, so say you're doing an experiment in a shipyard, and there might be 15 or 20 different factors that when you get through your design experiments that they say, we're not sure all this is going to play a role, but some of it might be. One of the things we're going to be talking about when we start hopefully next week are screening experiments, where you go through and say, surely to God, out of these 15 different factors, not all of them are going to be important. Well, probably not. Usually, honestly, it's 2, 3, 4, especially when you get to interactions. It is not normally 15 or 20. And you wouldn't want it to be either, just from a design and controlling that sort of thing. That would be prohibitively expensive, more than likely. So here's your favorite formula. Commit this to memory. Not really. So this gets back to almost the regression formula, remember. And so all I'm showing you here is that each time you start adding things, you add another one of these factors to it. And so this is the result. So if you had a formula, you take your mean, and then you add in the effects from the various treatments that you're doing. So what this is saying is that you have your overall population mean, and that you're adding in the treatment effect. So as you turn that knob, the result, and then you're saying that I've got an effect from one blocking factor, which is my rho, and another blocking factor, and the all-important error, because there's always error in anything that you do. In fact, you want some error. These, each time you add any kind of factor, particularly like a blocking factor, it starts getting complicated. So what this is showing is that, so you have to do multiple sums. This is 3 sums. So this is kind of like it circles here, then it kicks up 1, then it circles again, and it kicks up 1 more, circles again. And so say this is 10, this is 10, this is 10, it goes around 10 times, then J goes up 1, then it goes around 10 times. So it's 10 to the 3rd calculations that you'd have to do. That's a pretty big spreadsheet, right? So how do you do it? So if you visualize rows and columns, and say you have 5 different things, A, B, C, D, E. All right, so you have a column of A, B, C, D, E, and then you're going to put in your row A, B, C, D, E. And then really all you do is take A, B, C, D, E, and then flip the B in front, and then go B, C, D, E. A goes at the end because you put the B in front. So basically move the A behind, which puts B in front, put the C behind, which puts the D in front, and put E behind, or put D behind, which puts the E in front. These are square matrices, right? So you have to have the same number of rows and columns. Let me say that again. We have to have the same number of rows and columns. So if you had 4 levels of one blocking factor and 5 levels of another blocking factor, you couldn't do this. It's got to be 4 and 4, 5 and 5, 6 and 6. We're not going to do this. So all this was intended to do was to make you work through this, and we got better things to talk about since we're at 10:30. So this is that rocket propellant experiment that we did early in last. Yeah.
So if you didn't have the same number of factors, do you just make one up, or?
Well, that's a good question. So
I'm sorry, the same number of levels.
Yes, I got what you meant. So you couldn't do a Latin square, but you could do something else. Or you could put up like a null. So when you start adding kind of like null variable or null levels, then you got to ask about the interpretation of it. How do you interpret that? Right? Because what you're saying is it's not even like a control, it's a no effect. And so the question would be, and when we run through an example, we'll see this. In fact, that'd be an interesting thing to do just on the side. I'm gonna try to do that, is you add one more zero effect. I'd have to think about how to do that. I'd have to think about how to do that. But you do different model setup, basically is the answer. You couldn't do a Latin square. Did I answer your question? Okay. Let's open up. I think I know I got it to you. Rocket propellant. So we're going to go over the analysis first. And recall that the fit y by x, if we were to do this, you don't have to do this. The formulation was my independent variable. Jesus. Operator. And if you went to add batches, it would say, not so fast, hotshot. It doesn't let you do it. So you can't do multiple blocking factors in fit y by x. You have to go through your fit model to do that. And fortunately for you, somebody wrote a script for this one already, and so it set it up. So do y'all have this? Did it automatically populate for you? Yeah. I guess you yell at me if it didn't. So the one thing I want you to check is go up here by emphasis below personality, which is an interesting name. I don't know why they call it personality. To affect leverage. And the way you get there is you go to the pull down. You have, in this particular case, 3, and you want, I'm sorry, effect screening. I want effect screening. Is that what it was? It was effect leverage before, right? Do effect screening. What these get you is just it focuses on different aspects of the analysis of the screens that it gives you as default. And effect screening it's easy. You can get whatever you want for any different screen. It's just that there's a lot more key clicks depending on which one. For us, depending on which one you use. So we want effect screening, and then run. And hopefully you've got something that looks like this. So somebody interpret this for me. So you have 10 seconds, and if nobody volunteers in 10 seconds, I'm gonna randomly pick on somebody, and then we're gonna see if you're actually there or if you just have your name on the screen. I'm timing it. Volunteers. Okay, Alex, are you there? Is Alex there? Oh, see, Blake turned on.
I wanted to know what's the question?
Just interpret this. So look at, so read
Is
across.
insignificant. Operator and batches are, or not operator, just batches are significant. Operator formulation are insignificant.
Close. So HO or below 0.05, HO's got to go. And remember that our baseline, so our null hypothesis is that everything's equal, right?
Right.
And so if it's below 0.05, that means something's going on. So in this particular case, it says that something's going on, don't know what, something's going on with formulation operator, but it looks like there's no effect from batches.
So I just had it backwards. Got it.
Yeah, which I do all the time. In fact, I don't have it here because I'm in my downstairs office, but I've got this printout of how it's a simple thing. In fact, I can scan it and send it to you guys if you want. I got it from Jump that says, here's what p-value says. And it's basically, if it's below 0.05, then something's going on. If it's above 0.05, that means what you're comparing are the same. You know, I have to think of it in terms of, and I don't know why, but in terms of drug effects. You know, let's say you got a vaccine, and if it's above 0.05, that means the vaccine doesn't work. And if it's below 0.05, that means the vaccine does work. All right, so something's going on. Oop. Thank you for that.
So when I do that, I get multiple graphs. I get the predicted plot like you got, and then I'll get a leverage plot for
Yep.
formulation batches and operator.
Yep, so here, let's walk through it again. So let me guess that yours looks like, can y'all hear Maverick in the background? Maverick the dog. Yours looks like this, doesn't it, Joe?
Yes.
Yep, all right. So what you need to do is close out of that.
Okay.
Go up to here where it says affect leverage.
Yep.
Click on the little down chevron. Pick effect screening,
Okay.
then click run.
That's it.
Yep.
I thought I'd done that, but I missed that.
Yeah, it does that. And so that was a good example. You just get different stuff, and you can go back to this magic down arrow and get back the other information, or from here get to that information. For right now, we're not using any of that stuff. So the beauty of fit model is it kind of gives you the initial model adequacy checks. And so we can see that it's a fairly well-behaved model set, right? It looks like there's some that are higher. You look here and, you know, nothing's above these red lines. So the studentized residual, which recall that studentized just means that it's normalized, right? So it's correcting for various factors. And we're not seeing any trends. And so, you know, it's kind of random, kind of looks random to me. You know, I don't see anything that's standing out here. We can do the analysis of variance, which is a little bit superfluous at this point.
Tom, would you go back down to the residuals?
Yes.
Are those green bars? What are those? Plus or minus?
Plus or minus 2 units, and you'd have to go look at so the Bonferroni is it's a measure of what's with so this alpha value is set at 0.05 for doing the studentized, and so what you're looking at is it is with a 95% confidence interval. Do you feel comfortable with this? And so each one of these is the individual value. So what it's saying is you have some that are falling outside based on their individual amounts, but when you look at the group amounts, which is what we're concerned about, it's the red lines. Did I explain that okay?
Yep. Thank you.
We did the ANOVA, and I just did a wave example. So how I got that is I went up to here to regression reports and analysis of variance. The reason I said it was superfluous, or really didn't need it, is we had automatically looked at the individual contributions. So what the ANOVA says is out of everything, something's going on, right? So this says out of all those things that you entered into fit model, so what was it, batch and operator and formulation, out of all those things, all the data from those things, something's going on. What it already, the effects is saying, out of all that something going on, right, we know that something's going, so there's difference in operators and there's a difference in formulation. That's what this is saying. So we can drill down into this a little bit more and say, so out of all that, what's different? And so we can do our multiple comparison tests. And what this will do is within formulation or just within batch or just within operator, tell you what those pairwise comparisons are. So let's do operator. So out of all those operators, who's different? And this is one way, personally not my favorite way, of showing, if you hover over it, difference between operator 1 and 2. Statistical difference between operator 1 and 2. There are some differences between the other ones, but it's saying that it's not significant. From a statistics point of view, it's only that one that's significant. You can get to, crap, you can get to the, there we go. You can get to the, I just really like the connecting letters report because it's so easy to read, and then you can get the details from the other stuff. There you go. So what this is saying is that B is different than our operator 1 is different than operator 2, but he's the same, or she's the same as 3, 4, and 5. And A is 2 is the same as 5, 4, and 3. So operator A and B are different. Everybody else is the same. Again, we don't know what that means. It just means that we're not saying they're better or worse, just that they're different. And you can do the same thing for formulation, and you can do the same thing for what was the other thing we did? Batch, whatever it was. So operator formulation and what was it? Operator formulation and batch. Yeah. All right. Any other questions on that? So this will walk through how we got that. It's not the interpretation. I'll tell you what, I'm going to call it here because I've been running over, impacting Mr. Stevens' time for the entirety of the semester, just about. And this is a good time to break. So we will continue this. I posted one small homework. I'll probably give you all a couple problems to work on that go up through Latin squares. Really just so you can practice it. I have to rethink the test because we have to finish this next week. Do you have any questions?
When will we be getting guidance on that midterm for our projects or whatever? I don't even know if it's a midterm, the final, I don't know what it was.
So whatever I wrote comments on the project you're talking about, right?
Yeah, I was talking more like I got the comments, but I was talking about more of what the end goal structure is going to look like. Like, is it going to be a 10-page paper, a 5-page paper? Or you want it? I mean, obviously, we're probably going to be using JMP to do some of our analysis and things, but just wondering if we were going to get some guidance in the near future.
Yeah, I've got an outline that I'll post. Generally speaking, they've been 5-ish pages. Some people have done 15. So I know this is not the answer you want, but it takes what it takes, right?
Yeah, and I'm good with that. I just, like I said, I just didn't know if we were going to have some guidance. I mean, like in some of our classes, Enrique, for example, has said, hey, 4 pages and not 4.5. Like, so I just wanted to know how in depth this is going to get, how involved. I don't know. I've kind of I think I've set up my example where, I mean, I could write 40 pages if I had to.
Yeah.
Or I could make it 5, so I just wanted to see some guidance.
And it is a reasonable question. So I would read 40 pages. I don't know. I don't expect 40 pages. If it were 2 pages, I'd say you didn't do enough. So in terms of what the categories of content are, you need to introduce it. So you need an introduction. You need to set the stage. You need to describe all those things that you'd see. And what you might do is, I think I included in one of the folders I set up a bunch of examples of various projects. And so there needs to be a literature review introduction that sets a basis for what your experimental approach is and the considerations. And so I know that Royce, for example, is doing a popcorn, or Rob is doing like a survey of food tasting. So hamburgers. So it's not a comprehensive review that you're going to publish in a journal, but it's more than just a paragraph. So there's a handful of citations that aren't your book, and they're technical articles, and they're not popular press articles. You can include something from the popular press, but I'm looking for referee journal articles that talk about what's doing it. So, for example, Joe's doing flight path of munitions from a Nerf gun, and so he'd go in and do a review on what affects ballistics trajectory. So how does he decide what his factors are? You know, so Ray, what was yours on again?
The effects of fertilizer on grass seed.
Yeah, so there's a ton of that, right?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like I don't plan on writing 40 pages either. Let me be clear.
Yeah.
But, I mean,
Thank God.
so much research associated with that. I mean, I've already bought some of the stuff, which I bought really small batches of it. Cause I, you know, with my experiment, I kind of have to get started now.
Yeah, you do.
Hey,
And
Ray, and if you need another field to add to your experiment, I'm happy to volunteer my front yard.
Yeah. Right.
yeah, that's a good idea.
Save me from doing it.
You know, the things that I was thinking about looking at were, you know, soil temperatures. I mean, there's so much that can be affected, and I want to make them kind of the same, and so I'm only measuring a select few things, so I don't expand this.
Yeah, so some insight to share. So I've had a number of conversations with some of your colleagues, and more than happy to talk to anybody about their projects. But just some insights is when you choose your factors, make sure that they're measurable, directly measurable. So if you're looking, for example, at, so Joe and I had a conversation, I don't know, it encompassed a number of things, but when we're talking about specifically, you know, what his measure was, so his dependent variable was originally accuracy, right? But how do you define accuracy? And so we came up, you know, as we discussed and talked through it, we said, well, maybe accuracy is not the measure really that we want, but it's this other thing which is more directly measurable. So, for example, Ray, you brought up so that was the dependent. So if you're talking about your independent ones,
Yeah, so mine would be like root growth or stem growth.
yeah, so something that you can measure. You know, you want to be reasonable with a number of levels. So, you know, a small handful of factors. You can have as many factors as you want, as many levels, but then you got to do all that measurement, right?
Yeah, Rob, that's why you don't want me to do it in your front yard, because then I'm going to dig it up.
Good point. So the whole idea behind this project is to go through the experience of how hard it is to actually design an experiment, and the various things that you got to consider, and the sorts of things that can make you stumble or screw up. So I've been messing with one to look. I think I told you guys about fasting blood glucose level, and I had all kinds of factors. And at the end of the day, I decided on like 3, and I decided to go with all categorical variables, just because of I want to be able to measure it, and I don't want to spend a lot of time doing those other sorts of things. It's more about, for you all especially, it's more about designing it and then doing the analysis, defining your assumptions, and while at work you need to defend those assumptions, here we're going to be less persnickety about that. So you can decide that you're limiting it to these 5 factors because of the realism of, you know, like in your case, right? So much time, right? You got a month basically to do this. You should be well on your way at this point to the design, because recall we only have November and the rest of October left. So I forget how many class meetings there are, and so my inclination is to have the last class meeting be the review of the projects. So the good news is that we're rocketing towards the end of the class. The bad news is that we're running out of time for the end of the class. So great point though, Ray. So like I said, if anybody wants to chat about it, let me know. All right, anything else? All right, I'm going to stop sharing. I'm going to let Mr. Stevens plunge ahead with probably a more interesting and relevant topic.
Oh, I've been listening and I know this is interesting too. I used to love design of experiments. Let's take a little break. You guys come back in 5 minutes. So that will take us 3 minutes after 10, I guess. Is that enough time for everybody? Take a restroom break? I guess everybody's gone, so that sounds good. All right, we'll be back here at 10:02.
That's good, Craig. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Craig.
Yes, sir.
So I think some people have posted on our discussion board, and I know it's been asked at least once in class about the that notebook that we're going to be turning in the near future.
Yep.
So is the thought on that just that notebook, us going through the chapters and taking out pieces and parts and telling and basically explaining what we have gathered and how that is incorporated into, or how that could be incorporated into our profession? Is that kind of the intent?
All right. So the intent of it is to provide you yourself, every individual, a example of how to manage a project so that when you get into the field somewhere and you're going to have projects thrown at you throughout your career, then you have already thought about what you're going to do. So you're going to look very professional. You're going to look like you've, this isn't your first rodeo, and you're going to get kudos from that, from your profession, So it will become a little bit generic in that we'll go through and touch all this stuff, and it's kind of generic no matter what project it is. But it will also be a little bit specific in that it will take in consideration your desires and what you want to do and your experiences, those kind of things. So I'm more concerned with that you're thorough and you've thought through everything than I am that you take my style or my templates and use that. So you may have better templates from your company, or you may have better examples you find on the internet and all that kind of stuff. And I'm more concerned with the fact that you make progress toward that than you make a specific, design, or whatever. And does that answer your question a little bit?
I think-
I'm very flexible as far as that goes. I want you to have something you can use, not something you think I want. And the only thing I would suggest is that you do at least what we've talked about so far. And then you can add templates to that things. And I have a bunch of templates I showed you and I can send those to you. And I'll put them up on the app, the Change Mentor app, just because they're, my templates and stuff like that. And I don't want to necessarily put them on someone else's format. But you're welcome to download it from that. Does that make sense? To answer your question, Ray? And Ray, I think you're asking, right?
Yeah, I think it did. Thank you.
All right. And so, I'm flexible. If you guys need more time with it or whatever, you show me what you got. And then we have until the end of the semester to finish it off and polish it, right? And when I say polish, it's got to be polished for you, not for me. And so I just got to see that you've thought about it and put effort into it, and that it looks, robust and it can fit your needs, in the future. And I'm kind of, I lean on the side of more organization than less organization. And so I want you to be really organized so the next time someone says, hey, we need someone to manage this, you're already ready to go. You already have a plan, right? And all you got to do is plug that plan into whatever environment you're in, and you'd only know that. So I want you to plan that out now so that 2 years from now, you look like you just really know what you're doing.
Craig, where do we find your Change Mentor app again?
You can download it on, you can get it 3 ways. You can download it onto your phone if you have an Android. You can download it on your phone if you have a Apple, and you can go to the website. And it's I'll send a link to. I think I probably had a link in the syllabus, but if I don't, then I'll make sure it's in there. And it costs money to get into the other stuff. So you just email me, and then I give you a free pass. So it shouldn't cost you any money, is what I'm saying. So if it looks like it's going to cost something, then say, okay, I download the app, and to get the next step, I have to, pay something. So here's my email address that I downloaded on, and then I'll give you free access to it. And so it shouldn't cost you anything.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. And if it looks like it's going to, don't click that button, right? Just contact me so I can make sure that you're in there good.
I want to bring up one logistics issue with the class.
Okay.
And I may be a minority in this discussion, but we're full-time employees, part-time students. Some of the deadlines are set for like 7 o'clock, and we're not all of us are teleworking. So we go to work, and sometimes it's a late night or late day getting out of work. We really need that time to be 11:59.
And that's on Mondays. The ones on Mondays.
You got an extensive amount of things that are due Monday. Some of them are set at 7, some are set at 11:59.
Yeah, what I would normally do is I'd say Friday, is your deadline, but I think your trend or your class does the following Monday after that last, after this class last week was due the following Monday, right? So you want it at 12 o'clock Monday, is that what I'm hearing?
Or just make sure they're all consistent at 11:59 on that Monday is what we
Okay, gotcha.
usually have had.
All right. Is the let's see who all is
Craig, you've had
here.
that like that the whole semester. This last week was just at 7. So like I turned
Okay.
my stuff in at 8. So I was late.
Yeah, well, I won't count it against you for being late if it's on a Monday, and I'll talk to our Omkar, are you there? And I say that right? Because I have dyslexia, so I see things differently than most people.
Hey, Professor, I'm here.
All right, did you hear the request?
Uh, my audio got a bit lost. Could you please repeat?
Just make all the all the assignments due at midnight, something like that.
Yes, sure.
Thank
Yeah,
you,
sure,
sir.
sure. Okay.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate
sir.
your help.
Yes, sir.
All right. Yeah, the software is a little new to me, so I'm getting a lot of help with it. And if there's anything else that needs to be done that I don't know about or I'm doing wrong, just let me know. I mean, it's real easy, just easy to fix things. And I want to err on the side what's best for you guys.
Did something happen where we have 2 chapters that are due in the same week?
Don't think so, because usually so let me see. Related to early on, we went through a lot of stuff, right? And then on the 4th week, I think it was, then everything was due up to that time, right? And so if you, I wasn't really grading the first couple of chapters just to get you guys in the swing of things, just so you can. So if the first couple of chapters aren't in on time, but I think on chapter, what chapter was that? Let me have to go back and look at. I think chapter 4 is when the actual material started, right? So everything up to that point was just due for you who are going to take the test, especially to go through it and try to learn that material. But I wasn't grading the first few chapters. So we started grading at a certain point. Now I don't have the syllabus in front of me because I'm in a hotel room. I'm in a hotel room and I'm trying to get all this stuff lined up, and I have to turn off.
I recall both of those scenarios,
Okay.
Craig. What I'm asking about is currently was it chapters 6 and 7 that are both due coming up on the 12th.
Yeah, you're correct, Mia, because I'm looking at Canvas right now. It looks like we lost a week because chapter 7 is due at the same time as chapter 6, as well as our midterm is due on the 12th also.
All right. Yeah, we need to fix that. It should be 1 chapter a week, and then the midterm is, due on this week too. So that should be the only unusual thing. But we're going over chapter 7 this week. So chapter 7 is not due until next week, right?
A week from Monday, right?
Yeah, right.
So what's due on the 12th is chapter 6,
right,
and then the midterm.
Right. So we haven't gone over chapter 7 yet.
You.
That's the chapter on cost.
Yeah.
And then we're just now going over that now. So that's not until the Monday after.
So you would expect everything, all the information through scheduling to be included in what we submit for the midterm.
Right.
Okay.
And you may be fine tuning that all along. I just want to see a good effort at it. So if it looks like you went through and you haven't fully mastered some of it, or you haven't found all the templates you want, then it's not necessary that your project is completed up to chapter 6. It's just necessary that you have it laid out, what you're going to do, so that when you come to the end, it's all ready.
Yeah, because that's what I found. I was working on something in scheduling, and I said, I need to go back and update the previous 4 chapters to make sure that there's some consistency from one to another. Or those
the only reason for this right now is just kind of break it up for you. And so that you don't get to the end and say, oh man, I haven't even thought about this. This is just to get you to think about it, right? So if you put all the tabs in and you laid it out, you went all the way to the end. Let's pretend like you went all the way to the end, but none of those chapters are complete. You just kind of laid out all the chapters all the way to the end. Then that's a good halfway there type of project, You planned it out and you're going to go in. But what I was really concerned about is get all the way to the end without a notebook, because I've seen that happen too. And so instead of having some kind of midterm test, I thought, well, this is our midterm test. We're just going to see that we're on the way to making that happen. And so if you show me a good effort, if it's got nothing but tabs in it and everything laid out, then I think that's a good effort, right?
So
And-
for this notebook, it sounds to me like this is for me. So to me, what your expectation for on the notebook really is going to be me setting up kind of like the steps in the planning process and the steps in order to prepare and start a project from start to finish as a
Yeah,
project.
you got it. You got it. It's not for me. You're not doing this for me. You're doing it for you. And so I want you to look like you're the expert in project management. You know, a year from now, when somebody says, we got this major project, and you say, well, I kind of know what I'm going to, I kind
Yeah,
of
so
know.
I'm not going
you know,
to use a specific project. I'm just going to say, these are the steps from start to end of
Yeah.
how to do a project
Right.
for a project manager.
And I've seen people in the past use specific projects, but they just put all the steps in and they use the specific project as an example. There might have been something they worked on in the past or something they're working on currently. And so if you can get, kill more than one bird with one stone, if you're working on a project now, just use it, use that as an example. You don't have to show me, you can redact anything I'm not supposed to see, but you just got to show me that you kind of are prepared for the next project that comes up.
So how do you want that presentation for the midterm?
Well, I'm thinking that if you have it in a way that some people have actually written in their book, these exercises, took a picture of it and then put it in a Microsoft Word file. And, I can see it and I can say, oh yeah, it looks like they've gone through the exercises. I wasn't looking whether you got all the answers right, because all the answers are in the book. I'm assuming that you're going to get a lot of them wrong, but you're going to go back and correct yourself and you're going to prepare for the test that way, right? So if you had 40% answers wrong, when you went through the quiz, then and you're still working on it and you show me where you are, then I'd still give you 100% for doing that. And in this case, you can send it to me in a Microsoft Word file. Just kind of show me where you are. If it's electronic, you take screenshots or whatever, and just show me you're making effort. And that's all I need to see. I need to make sure that you get 20 points for showing me you made effort, right? And then on the final, we'll go in and see if it actually comes together. So this first thing, I'm just trying to get you for not having a big surprise at the end and have a lot of work at the end. This is just my way of being your mentor and tormenting you a little bit, and make sure that you're tormented a little bit to get stuff done. So at the end, you're not having a big problem. Did I say that right? Or did that answer your question? Because in my mind, it sounded like I was doing what answering the question, but did that answer the question?
It kind of mostly did give a direction of which way to go with it. It's really just not that clear, but I mean, I kind of understand. You just want to make sure that we're doing something.
Yeah, I just want to make sure you're making progress. And that's really it. And the real reason for that is because I've seen a lot of people wait to the end and then, not have what they wanted to have or what they planned to have. And I've probably been in that boat a couple of times too, as I procrastinate. But I just want to make sure that in this instance, with this project, I'm your tormentor. I'm just trying to get you in the right direction, make sure that even though it hurts a little bit, you're making it. But this is about as lenient as I can be and still have something valuable for you.
So I don't have intentions on taking the PMP. Okay.
Yeah, so you're preparing for the future project then.
So what I intend on doing is just kind of laying it out as these will be my resources when I come upon something to go back to kind of guide me in the direction of whatever I'm doing at that moment.
Yep.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's good. It's good. Now you know all the resources are going to change, right?
Sure.
So what you're going to have is kind of generic. You're going to say, step one, I got to find the right people in the right place, and they have to have the right criteria, core competencies. As we get to that section, it'll make more sense. But you should have a pretty good understanding of scheduling so far. And after today, you should have a pretty good understanding of costing. And next time you'll have pretty good understanding of what's required for quality planning, you know, and on and on and on.
So the overall features of those should never really change, all right? I mean,
No,
those
it's,
core things should.
well, to answer that question is some companies have their own philosophy and their own way of doing things. But the reason the PMBOK guide was designed the way it is because it's very generic. It fits every industry. It's just maybe overkill, you know, for some industry. And so what you're going to do is you're going to kind of do an overkill. You know, you're going to say, well, this may never happen, but I got to have a chart and everything else. And when you get to a company, they may say, well, you know, our charters are 1-page memo, you know, but you're over prepared for it, right? And so some places will have you write a book and require a lot. And in the government, they're more likely to have you write a book, you know? And so, so just be prepared, you know, just help you get prepared. The whole goal of this whole class should be very hands-on as far as something you can apply. You know, you can apply it when you're trying to solve a problem, you know, if the problem's big enough, because a problem can be a project. You know, how am I going to come up with this solution to this big major problem that we're experiencing with this big piece of machinery, you know? But anyway, any more questions? I know this is a little, project management is very, it's not necessarily, there's not one right way of doing it, right? The PMBOK guide is the right way to pass the PMP test, right? But when you get into different companies, they have different words for different things. They have different life cycles, they have different templates. Some people really like the PMBOK, some people hate it. Some people, you know, it's just so you have to be kind of generic and you have to kind of be flexible enough to apply the principles and the theories with the intention that you're going to come out and manage this project well. And I think a lot of weaknesses with project managers is that they think of the project as the goal. And that's not it. It's what the operations do at the end of that project and how successful they are. And that's really the goal. And so it becomes, you know, if you're working in IT like Rob works, then he is, there's a lot of IT project managers in different companies that if they just get through that project and they're on time, they're on schedule and everything else, then they feel like they're successful. But then the more mature project managers in IT will know that, well, if the customer, the client, the business owner can actually use that without much maintenance, you know, or without much rework, then that's really our goal, right? Rob, did I overstate that or misstate that or?
Now you're asking for reliable systems and it actually work. Wow. Greedy.
Yeah, you know, it's more than just, you know, on time, on cost, on bed, because they don't know anything when they start. You know, most business owners don't know anything about IT. And so they have this one vision and you have another vision and their vision may be way up here and your vision of what can actually be done is down here, or maybe what actually can be done is up here and their vision's down here. So you got to bring them into, well, what are you going to do with this, you know?
Yeah, one of the reoccurring challenges is the organizational change aspect. You know, it's one thing to make a piece of software or a new system available to the customer. It's something completely different to make it available and them know how to use it properly.
Yeah, and so
and now, sometimes IT just gets focused on, well, you know, you can log in, can't you? Well, yeah, but I can't use it. I don't know how to use SAP. Well, hey, that's somebody else's problem.
Yeah, you know, and it's got to be sustainable and it can't break every time you do something and, you know, all kinds of things. But that's why I went here first. So the project management fits right in this little place, right? And that's what it's all about. Yeah. But the goals for strategy is way over here. The goals for continuous improvement is way over here. There are other things happening. Well, you can't do them all at one time. You got to do the right thing so it doesn't blow up other things. And then after you make the change, other things are going to break down and change, and there it's over here. So that's the reason I keep going back to this model. This isn't in the PMBOK, right? The PMBOK focus is right here. But you know,
Speaking of this, Craig, is there a new slide deck for this week, or are we using a continuation of something previous?
I think I sent it out.
Because I
Omkar, did you get that? Did you get the latest, or do I need to resend it?
Oh, I did not receive it. Like, I can upload it right now itself.
Okay, but you haven't received it because I sent it out Monday.
I have uploaded the new syllabus that you
Yeah, I
sent.
saw a new syllabus, but
do that right now.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do that.
Craig, did something change in the syllabus that we need to cover, or? Because I did see that there was a new syllabus uploaded.
Yeah, I try to, you know, as we have these discussions, I try to just put everybody's comments in the, you know, if they see something.
Okay.
So if there's a typo or something, and so the latest is always going to be the latest, but there's nothing, there's no new obligations for you. I just try to define it a little better, you know.
So, hello, Professor.
Yes, sir.
I'll upload the presentation that I have received on Monday.
Okay.
During the break time, because it will interrupt the recording. That's why.
Okay. Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
So the answer to your question is it will be uploaded soon. All right. So let's go ahead and get started. Everybody ready? Any more questions? And if you have questions, just keep asking them. But I'll go ahead and start, and then we'll have a lunch break and that kind of thing. Let's see. We're 24 minutes into it. All right. Let's see. This whole section is about cost management. And so if we go to the PMBOK, this is what it looks like at the PMBOK, right? It has cost, has some stuff in the planning process group, which is also in the planning knowledge planning phase of the life cycle, but it's also in the cost knowledge area. So this, we're going to look at that today. It's going to be cost control of costs will be under the monitoring and controlling process group. If we look at life cycles, now this isn't part of your PMBOK test. This is just something you need to know as you go into managing projects, that this implementation / execution, whatever you want to call it, when you're actually doing the work, then there's the control cost. That's where that fits into here. So monitor control fits throughout the whole thing, but I look at monitor controls mainly in the execution part. Because when you're in planning, you still have a lot of freedom to change things. And when you're a concept, you should be changing things until you get it right before you get started. Okay, so we're going to go through the concept phase, even though it's not showing in the concept phase over here. And we're going to just kind of a background information. So in the concept phase, that's where you come up with the idea of what you're trying to do, what good looks like. Then part of cost is going to be that top-down budgeting. And we remember we talked about that when we talked about the business case and top-down and those kind of things. So budgeting really starts in the concept phase in real life, and it's the top-down. The bottom-up comes more into planning, and that's really more of what we're going to talk about today. And if we think about top-down, just as a reminder, this is based on the judgments of the top middle managers, and so it's designed to get you close to what their expectations are. And unfortunately, sometimes it's hard to convince people that their expectations are off. So politically, this is very volatile environment, you know, because you're working with somebody's budget, right? And Mia, do you agree with that? Do you think that's what you're seeing in all the stuff that you work on?
Kinda.
Okay.
I guess it you know, the typical response, it depends.
Yeah, that's the typical statistical response for everything, right? So now if you think about it, the department manager's already done this a year in advance. And now he's got so much, or she's got so much that she can set aside for these type of projects. And if you take a big chunk of that and it wasn't planned, then it's, you know, it's hard, it's going to be a political issue. But if the other side of that is a lot of times they have already experienced that and they know that. So the more mature systems and people in those systems would understand that there's, you know, things happen. COVID-19 happens, you know, or the people flew stuff into a building, you know, downtown New York, and that really changed everything. I was right in the middle of training for the American Management Association. During that time, I was teaching at Vanderbilt. I was working with NASA, and I was doing American Management Association pageant tops and facilitated training type things for corporations all over the US. After 9/11, the training went away. I mean, just nobody was traveling. They didn't have Zoom. And so everything was canceled. So that went away. The foreign students at Vanderbilt made up a large group. And so my Vanderbilt training teaching went away. And then at NASA, I was working part-time and they wanted me to go full-time, but it was a 2-hour commute from where I live. So I said, you know what, I can do part-time, but I can't do full-time, 2-hour commute one way. It's just too hard. And so I would spend a night in Huntsville from Nashville, and so that all went away. So those are the kind of things that happen in real life, right? And so those are the kind of things that affect your costs. Those kind of things affect your schedule and everything else. So top-down advantages, it's budgets are often developed and they're pretty accurate, you know, based on what they can forecast. And budgets are stable, so they already know what they're going to spend, they're not spending more. You know, so there's some advantages to that, but that's kind of outside of what we're doing. And I think what we talked about before is this is about 30% plus or minus accurate. So that's a big range. You know, we're shooting our project with what we just decide. And as we learn more, we bring that accuracy to, you know, 15% plus or minus, and then 5% plus or minus in an ideal world, not counting all the emergencies and difference of things that can happen. So before we can get started, we might have also done a little bit more, and then now we might have gotten that 35% plus or minus to 15% plus or minus, but we're still nowhere near going bottom up, you know. So that's all part of top down. So that's what the concept phase might look like, you know. And
Craig, can I add
sure, please,
something there?
please do.
When I said kinda, I was thinking about our current situation at our plant and our workforce. You can start with a high level estimate, but the risk that surfaces there, and the issue actually, because it certainly does manifest in most cases, is, you know, with a high level estimate, you haven't mapped out your resources,
right,
and your resource mix. And so right, if you haven't communicated that across the board relative to your entire enterprise, when you're ready to execute, there is a high risk that you may not have access to the resources that you need
right,
to complete your project, and then all the other program or projects that that are in the queue. So just understand it's good to grab a number, but then you still have to communicate how that measures out from the standpoint of your personnel and your execution strategy. If you're going to subcontract it, then you know you're factoring in your lead time for that.
And Mia, I would champion that and ask those folks involved with that to also consider shared resources that you might be sharing with other departments or other projects. Because, you know, when people estimate that in order to get all they're going to need done, they're going to need X amount of programming time or IS&S time. IS&S usually ends up with requests for about 300% of their capacity.
Yep,
And then it
exactly.
becomes a real challenge to
Yeah.
go back to the business and say,
Yep.
okay, we got to reprioritize all this because we can't do everything that the business is asking us to do as much as we'd like to. And just because you
And
give us
you've already-
money, we can't
you've
grow
already-
people.
Yeah, you've already promised the client and your baseline is blown
Yeah.
before you start. We're getting better, but that's been a real issue.
Yeah, and so when you think about your project's not in a little bubble. Your project's part of a big system, right? So to go along and explain a little deeper, what was just said, and the way I heard it was that what you're able to do with 100% of the workforce, in an ideal situation, never exists. Hardly ever exists. And so what we had when we were making plans, I was working on 31 hospitals most recently. And the first example that comes to mind is that we only have so many security IT people. We only have so many people who actually can do programming. And we only have so many people who can do other, every part of IT. Everything else is contracted. And so now we have to have contracts in place, which takes some negotiation. And I've been on projects that were supposed to start 6 months ago, and negotiation's not complete. And so you have sometimes people are willing to take the risk, like both those companies say, well, we know we're going to get the contract in place eventually, so we're going to go ahead and start. But you can't depend on that because there's always a couple of lawyers involved that say, we haven't filled out this yet. What are you doing starting the project? And even no matter if both companies are willing, there's still lawyers that have to sign off on things. And sometimes they just, it may never get signed off on. And so there's all kinds of complications. And then to add to that, when you have three security guys that can handle the security part, and a lot of your in healthcare or in government, a lot of your information is pretty classified, classified in different ways in healthcare, but the whole company go bankrupt from just making a mistake. And if the security guys don't sign off on it, then you're putting the whole company at risk for something that, maybe personal information could be held in a, for an example, recently, the companies have stopped accepting the risks for information that is stored in certain countries, right? So you got to have information stored in the right country, and it's a worldwide global network, in commercial life. And if your stuff is stored in China, you're taking a bigger risk. If your stuff is stored in, different countries that have vulnerabilities that we don't have, then you just opened up your whole security for your IT department or for your database. And that's what the importance of the security people in IT are fighting against. They're fighting these battles, making sure that all your healthcare information isn't shared across the dark web and all the other black ops types of organizations. So yeah, you're right. You can have the best plan in the world, but if you don't have the right people, then there's no way you can do it. All right, so under planning, we have schedules, budgets, resources, risk, and those kind of things. We're going to look at all of that. We're going to go into this again. These are all kind of review. So project management, we're looking at preparing all this stuff. So cost is right in the middle of this. Cost estimating is a big part of it. So now let's get into it. So planned cost management, we're going to break it down in these sections. And it's a lot of this is very high. We're going to stay at a kind of a high level, and then we're going to get down into details. So if we looked at from Rita McKay, your textbook, then here's kind of how she breaks it out. That cost management side, it looks like we're going to go in and we're going to determine the approach and the life cycle and those kind of things and how cost is going to be. We're going to basically plan it out. And then we're going to do estimates, And the best estimates, as far as we're concerned, is on the lowest level from the bottom up. Because if you can tell me a task name and you can tell me, then we can talk about how many people does it really take to perform that task and how much does that cost us? And we can apply their dollars per hour and overhead and everything at that level. And then we can say, well, this is equipment, that's equipment we have to rent to do that. Then we're closer to being able to come up with an actual bottom-up estimate, right? And so that's really the purpose of the bottom-up. So we're going to spend a little bit of time thinking about that. And then we're going to look at determine the budget for this particular project. So if we were to go into the PMBOK guide, then what we'd see is that the inputs are, we're going to have the project charter, we're going to have a project management plan, we're going to have enterprise factors, and we're going to have organizational process assets. What we also have, well, when we say about project plan, so far to date, we've come up with a task list, and that's in our project plan. We come up with a schedule, and that's in our project plan. And we're going to fine tune that with cost, because that could change the schedule a little bit. Because if we can't spend, $1 million a day to do something, then that's going to stretch it out to be what we can spend, $100,000 a day, whatever the company can spend. And I exaggerate, so that's a large number. Tools and techniques, the expert judgment, data analysis, and then meetings, that's what we're going to use. And we're going to come out with a cost management plan. When we say cost management plan, we're talking about one tab in our project management plan, right? So we're talking about, it all fits together. If we were to, we'll talk about tools as we go through there. So Arena McCahey in your textbook, she had this list on one of the pages, which kind of looks pretty interesting. This is the schedule management plan, should be cost management plan, cost. So when you see that, that's what we're talking about, cost management plan. I copy and paste and I left schedule in there, but this should be under schedule management, those things that are important for the schedule management. And so when you look at this list, this is just things to think about, right? So do we have approved estimating techniques? What techniques are we going to use? What formats we're going to use? What are the rules for measuring cost performance? How are we going to do all that? And so these are some of the things we're going to use. So the bottom line of that is that you're going to come up with a cost management plan. You're going to start off with an outline. You're going to take in consideration as many of these things as you can, maybe a couple others, and to do your cost management plan. All right, so the next thing is we're going to actually do the estimating. So the next part of the PMBOK says we're going to have that project management plan filled out, outlined with the cost management plan part of it. We're going to use our environmental inputs would be the environmental factors, which are kind of like your cultural issues, those things, your organization, and then process assets, which could be, tools that you have put together on how to estimate. And then you're going to use your tools and techniques. This looks very similar to the schedule list. It's kind of it might be the same, but this is what we're going to do. We're going to look at, what other things were done that we can look at, say it's going to give us, and then we're going to go through and use these kind of tools. The outputs will be the actual cost estimates. And the best way to do that is by each task. This grouping a task, or this task is going to cost us so much complete because it'll take this many hours to complete. And we're going to start integrating human resources, our human resources in it, our resources that we're going to use in that, and any rentals or any, things we have to have in order to get that work done. And sometimes there's a fee on using tools or whatever within an organization just so they can pay for them. And then we're going to get basis of the estimates, and we're going to have a project management plan update. So we're updating our plan. So we're taking that tab and we go through the estimates. We're going to update the plan a little bit. Okay. So if we look at estimates, and we talked about this last time related to a lot of this, you'll see is kind of a review from the schedule, because cost is very similar to schedule in techniques and tools, but your focus is altogether different, right? So, and it's very much tied together. Your schedule affects your cost, and your cost affects your schedule to, it's interwoven in a lot of ways. So what we'll need to do that is we'll need some kind of salary structure. If you're at a consulting company, the way that works is that you have a multiplier. Like this person costs so much to have an hour of their time. They're going to work for so many hours, and we're going to multiply that by 2 because that's the fee the company takes, or we're going to multiply that by 3. So there's some kind of multiplier. It could be 1.5, or it could be 2, or it could be 3. It's probably not much higher than 3. So that person's hour costs $100 an hour. We're going to charge them out at $300 an hour. That's a 3-point multiplier, to give you an idea. And so to know that, we're going to have to go back to that. Each of those task lists, we're going to have to look at about how much time it's going to take and how many people, and we're going to have to divide those people out over that task. So you can see if you had 1,000 lines of task, it could be a pretty big chore to come up with estimates for both cost and for schedule. The other way that this is done, if you don't go at that granular level, you might roll it up and to say, okay, to do this whole chunk of task, it takes this much time, to put in that above ground pool we talked about, we might have a generic cost for that. And that might become from a systematic repeatable standard that we put together because we've done 1 million of these pools, so we know that they're going to range from here, and we just take a middle part of that and we add details to that as we go, like if this is on level ground or if this is not a level ground, things like that. Cost raw materials, gas. So when you look at what's happening in the world today, when we do construction projects, we're having a hard time with supply chain. So the lumber doesn't exist, the sheetrock doesn't exist, we're on back orders and everything else. So that affects our schedule, and it affects the cost because that cost is kind of going up and down too. Kind of like the price of gold, the price of lumber, the price of everything. So this is the guidelines. Same thing with that we already talked about. Be honest, be realistic, right? We had a little discussion about that last time. Begin at the appropriate level of the WBS. Remember, the work breakdown structure has a number associated with it. So we're going to use that number as our unique identifier, and we're going to connect it to cost related to a specific subject. So I'm going over this stuff pretty broad, and I'm using mainly words without pictures. Does it sound like I'm on track? Is everybody following along pretty good? I'm going to look at the screen and just see. I want to see thumbs up if it sounds like I went too fast or if I'm too broad. All right, we're good then, right? Okay. You can always stop me if you have a question. Don't estimate in the vacuum. Remember what we said about that is that there are people out there who are really good at this. And they may have done 1,000 of these, and this may be your first one. So you talk to those people. Don't do it in a vacuum. You're not in it by yourself. You have a team of people together. Your job is to lead that team. And some of these people are part of your staff, related to your project members. And some of these people are outside. You can go talk to anybody. And just, you build a relationship with people throughout your company, and that's how you get this information. There might have been other project managers that have done 20 of these, and this is your first one. And so go talk to them. Say, well, I got this problem estimating this amount. Here's what I did so far. Does that sound reasonable to you? That's what we're supposed to be doing, right? And it's real hard for an introvert that wants to be right, but the more questions you ask, let's see if I can remember somebody said something like this. I said, I said to them, the more your boss or your supervisor needs you, or the more you need your boss or supervisor, the less your boss or supervisor needs you. That makes sense. The more your customer, more you need your customer and answer questions, the less your customer needs you to do it, right? So, but his response to that was, yeah, but the ones that don't bug you are the ones that really bug you. So if someone's not answering the question, it's a bigger problem than to ask the question. Let's see, if someone's not asking the question, it's a bigger problem than to have to answer a bunch of questions, right? So you have, there's a balancing act. You have to look professional and everything else, but there should be people in your organization you're building relationships with that you can be honest and straightforward with and talk to. And so I'll probably confuse the whole issue at that point. But use prior history, that history is found throughout the organization. Some of it's written, some of it's internal to people. And then last time we talked about, well, the more sophisticated and more technology that can change the estimates, the degree of experience of your team. If you have a lot of experience I keep going back to IT because about 70 or 80% of all projects now are IT. And so if you think about that, that's a big number. And so the degree of experience can change everything. Now, if you have someone that's a really good programmer, they can do things quick that it may take 2 or 3 other people to the same amount of time to do the same work. Visible nature work, the more public it is. And we talked about this for, seasonal realities, employee turnover, and those kind of things. At this point, I'm in Crossville right now, right? So we're on our way to Gatlinburg, where we're going to go to Florida. And I grew up in Crossville, went to high school in Crossville, and it's changed a lot since then. But I was looking at restaurants in different parts, like in Nashville and Murfreesboro and Crossville and Knoxville. And a lot of the restaurants are going bankrupt because of everything going on. The reason they're giving is because they can't find employees. And as there's always a system always tries to correct itself. And anytime you change the system, it changes different parts of the system. So a lot of employees we know that we're getting stimulus checks, they just weren't going to work, right? So even if they could. And so I remember the Omni restaurant I was looking at just last night. And it's a Polynesian restaurant in Murfreesboro. It's been around since the 60s. My parents used to go there and they used to love it, right? And so I was just wondering, it'd be nice to take my mother. She's 89 years old this year. And so take her to that Polynesian restaurant. And it's closed. And it just closed this last year. And the reason they gave is because they couldn't find employees to work. And so, employee turnover and all kinds of other things is a big part of what you're doing. And so you got to find the right staff, right people. Union versus non-union environment. I think I might have talked about that last time. So now we have methods. This is the same methods we talked about last time. Even the PERT method. And remember that the PERT method is where you take the highest number, like the most likely number is the middle, 4 times the most likely, and then 1 times the most pessimistic cost number, and 1 times the most optimistic number, and divide that by 6, and that's the PERT, right? That gives you an average cost. Works with cost too. Works with all kinds of stuff. And then there's also other manuals out there that'll help you get closer to cost. So when we went through, we did this exercise last time, right? And we just talked about it as an example, not really an exercise. But this is above ground pool. And we said, well, here's all the tasks we're doing. So if we were to apply cost to this, we applied time to it last time. If we were to apply cost to it, then how would we cost this out? So this is where you guys can tell me. So I'll call on people if no one's talking. So what's one way we could cost this out, from a bottom-up point of view? All right, I'm gonna go in. Alex, give me some idea of what we're talking about. we're gonna cost this out at a bottom up.
I'll be honest, I don't know.
All right, so just take a guess. You know, we have, let me see if I can. All right, so look at this. There's clear the ground. How could you cost that out? What are some of the factors that, so it might take 2 people, right? How much an hour are you taking for them to work? You might have to rent a Bobcat. You might have to, you know, and so all of these are parts of that, right? So if we rolled that number up and we looked at the tools we need, do we have to rent them? Do we have level ground? We have to figure out, well, what size of ground are we leveling? You know, what's the condition of the ground, right? Cost of sand. But you see that? I mean, at that point, this is how you do the costing, right?
So Craig, are you stepping it by the category? So 1.0, 2, 3, 30, or 10, 20, 30, 40, whatever you're saying there, right?
Yeah.
So you're doing a breakdown.
Right.
So you're doing 10, then you're going to say for the ground surface, I'm going to break it down even farther into these other 4 categories, 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, right?
Yes. So, and then remember, the reason we're using 10, 20, 30, 40 is so that if we miss a step, we have a 10.15, you know.
So you can go additional, right? That's what you're saying?
Yeah. So to prepare the ground surface, we have to do all this stuff. So, you know, that's that kind of thing we're looking at. Maybe maybe it's wooded, you know. So if it's wooded, it could be a little more complicated than if it's your backyard and there's no trees around. I mean, we have to cut the trees. We have to move the trees. We have to cut up the trees. We may have to get, maybe they're tall trees. Maybe we have to get equipment in to cut it from the top down. You know, maybe there are a whole bunch of houses nearby. So now we have to have people climbing trees and you know, or you know, other stuff. So
you have to get permits to permission to cut down the trees, and then
right. And in some places like in North Carolina and some of the pretty hilly spots, they have rules so you can't remove any trees, you know. And some areas like downtown subdivision, there may be a big tree, but there may be 3 houses next to it, and that tree could damage any one of those 3 houses or all of them. And so now you got, you know, different things to do there. It could be wetland, you know, and there's other things going on there, right? So you have to take it that level, because for me just to say, well, this is a pool, it's a no-brainer, we got to set it in over here, it's going to take my people 4 hours to do that. Well, not if it takes 3 days to do the clearing, you know. And so now you see the difference between the top down and the bottom up just by this little exercise, right? Is there anything you might add to that? Anybody want to say something related to, I mean, this stuff looks like it's a no-brainer here. This is just putting equipment together, right? So that may be easier this may be the hardest part of the whole project right here.
Well, for the first one, you're going to be the cost of materials, the sand, and looks like that's the only material you're going to be purchasing. The rest of it's just labor and equipment.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, it sounds right. And then, you know, you may need to have, I mean, you should have probably chainsaws and other things, you know, what equipment to bring and those kind of things. And maybe, you know, but it's a lot. This looks like the most complicated part of the whole project, or it could be the easiest part of the whole project. And so you may have a cost estimate to do this part that you could use over and over and over again, because it's a no-brainer. It takes you 3 hours to do that with 3 people, you know. And then this one you may say, okay, then we do this, it takes another, you know, hour to do that. Maybe build wooden support could be by layers. You know, you could say, well, this is our 6 types of wooden support we provide. And so one is just a step up, you know, a ladder. Next step is a ladder with a little platform. The next one is a ladder with a platform goes all the way around. It's just, you know, it's 3 feet all the way around the pool. and the pool we already know, and so that's pre-costed. The next one could be a platform with that all the way around, and we got to make it accessible to handicap. And so there's, this one might be a good one to do with a standard, right? Like that. We've already played that out. I think I might have went past, it says wooden support, so I might have thought of decking, and maybe we don't provide decking, but that's the kind of level of detail you're getting at. And so any project you have will have a list of tasks. They just won't be the same task all the time, right? All right, let's see. We got about 3 minutes. So, if we look at a template for that, I have a couple of these, and this is activity, task, subtask, and those kind of things. And you see that's a bad WBS number right there. But what we would do is you would use the same WBS number that we would use for whenever we talk about that. So we may send someone out to do a look at this part right here. So I want you to go out and I want you to tell me, what's it going to take as an estimate, clear ground. And I'm going to give them that WBS number, because this is our project we do 100 times a year. And I want this person to be good at that. And it may just be the estimator go out and say, okay, here's what we have to do to make this thing happen. But they're going to, maybe fill out a form, looks something like that. So there's the effort estimated. And this is a planned start date, planned end date, and resources. If we went to our project plan that we talked about last time, there's also costing parts of this too. I mean, for example, this is Microsoft project, and I'm just showing the example. So this is all the different types of column names you could have for that, if you can see that. See, there's cost associated with it. There's different types of costs. Some of these are generic, you can make them mean anything you want. And then there's all kinds of other stuff. See, we're just down to the F, and we've already looked at 100 different possibilities. Now after F, there's 100 more. I don't know if that's a real number, but you can get pretty sophisticated with the software package, right? So if I were to put in 10 days, this might be duration, but it may have, maybe somebody's working for an hour but we just have 10 days to do it. So those are the kind of things we need to estimate. We can put persons' names in here, and we can put all kinds of different information. But this is the value of the software package. And then the software package can also give us, Gantt charts and things like that. But that's just to show you what it might look like. All right, so we're right now at 12 o'clock. Let's take a lunch break. So we're going to come back at 12:30, right? And we'll start from there. And I'll stick around if there's any questions. I don't hear any questions, so. All right, so I'm assuming everybody's going to eat lunch. All right, I'll be back early in case there's any questions. Got 2 minutes. Anybody here?
I'm back.
All right, Tim, you have any questions or anything you want to talk about? Blake, Tim, anyone?
No, it all seems pretty clear this lecture.
Okay, good. Yeah, we're going to get into the unclear stuff this next hour. The stuff that's really difficult. Blake, what you eating?
Some microwave thing, a power bowl.
I love microwave things. No, I'm just kidding.
You're living out of a hotel today, correct?
Yeah, I am. We're supposed to go to Florida and the hurricane beat us to it. And so we made arrangements to go to Gatlinburg instead. And so we're on the way there. But I stopped off in Crossville and went to Fairfield Glade and hung out and rode a boat and did things, you know. Got on the lake.
So you have the whole family with you?
Yeah, most of them.
All
I
right.
have one son in Knoxville, UT, ROTC, and he just told us Monday, I think it was, that he was quarantined because of COVID-19. I said, well, when did this happen? He said 3 weeks ago. I'm over it now. I said, well, why didn't you tell us? So him and his 4 roommates were all stuck in the house together.
Oh, no.
Crazy stuff.
Is he living in the fort?
He is living in an apartment.
Okay.
So he has a really nice apartment. Kind of looks like a duplex. Well, kind of looks like a apartment complex, but it kind of looks like a little condominium. It's really nice. About the same price as he was paying for on school housing. And then I have a son who's in England, and he's re-enlisted. He's Air Force, and so he'll be there for a little while longer. Then I have a daughter in Denver, but the other 2 kids are with us.
Good deal.
All right, so it looks like it's 12:31 your time. So I'm gonna go ahead, go forward. Let me see the thumbs. The people are here. Or you can show me your picture if you'd rather. It's always good to see your faces. Got Tim. I got Rob. I got Tim. I see Blake. See Alex. Alex, you got a very old dog behind you. He's on the phone. He's not listening. He's on the phone. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and start. We have an hour to go through, 2 hours worth of stuff. And let's make it, we'll go through it pretty quick. Some of this stuff I'll just let you read on your own. So now we're in the determined budget part, right? And so we started there. And this is information you can read for yourself. I'm gonna let you read a lot of this for yourself as you have the PowerPoints. But the budget serves as a comparison. That's kind of what we're looking at, the overall budget. We're gonna have an overall budget, and then we're gonna have a project budget that we're gonna all agree to. So estimating budget is we have forecast everything. We talked a little bit about that. We have the top-down budget. Now we're gonna go to the bottom-up budget and do the estimates that we just talked about. There's a couple types of errors that we might run into. Random error, where overestimate or underestimate are likely to be equal. And so they may just cancel each other out. So if we go through a bottom up and we go look at all those tasks, we do estimates, and we are going to be a little over on some, a little under on others. We're going to try to be conservative, but we also have to, and something that I think that we haven't talked about yet, but there is also contingencies. And so there are several different types of contingencies. You can make contingencies based on the task itself, or a lot of times the project manager do an estimate, then they'll add 10% as a project manager contingency. And that's common, so we know we're going to be 10% off. So let's just add 10%. And then the manager also has a contingency. So sometimes the manager of the whole project, the stakeholders, the person who's spearheading this whole project effort may add an additional management contingency. So they may add another 10% on top of that. And that helps keep you within budget. So that's not uncommon. And that's sometimes very common. Every time I do an estimate, I try to add 10%. And then people, if you do that on a regular basis, then it becomes acceptable.
I used to work, Craig, we, as part of a team that would put together basis of estimates to support contract proposals. And that was every proposal we did, we had contingency based on what we put in the risk register.
Yep.
It would help us calculate the amount of risk and set aside contingency dollars as part of the overall basis of estimate in case something went sideways as part of the contract.
Yeah, and that's very good. I see it more often with cost than schedule, but if you're conservative with schedule too, sometimes I think the PERT is pretty good. So I don't see people putting in contingency on schedule as much as I do cost. And then there's the other non-random thing, that's your bias, and that's on purposely a systematic error. It's you whether you know it or not, you're purposely overestimating or underestimating. If it's in your favor, you're underestimating. If it's in your favor, you're overestimating. Sometimes I will try to be in favor. I'll try to be pessimistic, and I'll try to say, okay, I'm gonna be in favor of the other guy. They're going to want me to do it a little quicker, and they want me to have a little less money, but I'm going to estimate, and I'm going to be as truthful as I can and keep this in the back of my head, that really they're going to think a little differently than I do. WBS, we talked about that. You can go back and read over this. These are just related to the budgets that we talked about. Accuracy on the bottom up is closer to, in an ideal world, plus or minus 5%. Let's see, when we do cost estimates, we're taking all these things into consideration. We talked a little bit about freight, and supply chain and those kind of things, materials like sand we talked about, and the value of money, is even it. If you have a really long project, you may do present worth value of money. And then there's also tools. So there's tools that you can use to estimate this. Let's see if I can see what says. Okay, this is the role. And that's really a task number. That's like a WBS number, it looks like. And then there's project manager and content man, just different people. Okay, so now I'm gonna get into the hard stuff. So here we're at the cost management. This is during implementation, right? So we did all our estimates. It's all based on forecasting, what we think is going to happen. And now we're going to just test it, right? So implementation phase is really about managing work. We're going to try to keep it on schedule. We're going to keep it within scope. We're going to keep it under budget. Now, this is a big thing. We're going to talk about that, or we talked about that before, but scope is a big, that can change all your numbers, right? And we're going to try to keep it under budget. When you do estimates, it's important to know that if you're way under budget, then it looks like you're a bad project manager. And if you're over budget a little bit, it looks like you're a bad project manager. So you have to get pretty close, because this affects both your company and the other company if you're providing services. Project control cycle, where we are in the project life cycle, and requires change control in this particular part of the project. So here we are, we're in the implementation phase. And if we look here, we're under controlling cost. And so that would be under the implementation and execution of the life cycle. Remember, this is not in the PMBOK. This is something I added to this. And then process groups, we're over in this process group of monitoring, controlling, and that really covers the execution phase. So restated that a bunch of times. Let's see, this is the cost management. This is the next section. This is all about controlling cost. And so now our inputs, we have the project plan, we have all our estimates, we have everything in place. We have other project documents that we're tracking, like lessons learned. We keep track as we go, and just things need to be fixed, risk information that we'll get to in the future, project funding requirements. We have work performance data, and we have other things. In the tools, we have expert judgment. We're still analyzing data. We're looking at due to be completed performance index. That's what we're going to talk about. And then project management information systems. Information systems can be all over the place. There's all kinds of different information systems, but Microsoft Project Server would be a good example of one of the tools we might use. And it's got some information systems in it. We can keep track of cost and a bunch of stuff we're going to talk about. Outputs, we're going to look at work performance information. We're going to forecast costs, where we are and where how long it's going to take to complete the project. That'll make more sense as I get to it. We have change requests that we may have to put in place. We have project management updated plans that we're updating as we go. And we have other project documents that we're updating as we go. This is important if you're going to take the PMP. If we look at McCahey, she said this, cost control, and she put all this stuff in there. So take action, monitor, control, measure performance against the performance baselines, measure performance against the metrics for the project plan, and she, put change requests in there and create forecasts and other things too. So all of this is in play right now as we go through the project. So far we had the idea, we came up with the concept, and we all know what good looks like. Next thing we did is we planned to reach good, and now we're actually working our plan. We're actually doing the project. So under monitor control, we have different people who are involved. Like we have project level, division level, operations level, group level, firm level, whatever your company calls all that stuff. And then we have ways to expedite. We have routine, urgent, and emergency at times. And often we have levels of expedite. So routine would be, if we did everything the way it's planned, that's what we're going to do. But there's a little bit of there's urgency in it, that we're behind schedule on something else. Now we got to do something to fix that. Or emergency, we may have to make emergency change and ask for forgiveness later. Let's see, we're still talking about task level and the project level. This could be cyclical operations. For example, if every month you're doing a budget, the accounting people are trying to do the month-end budget, then that becomes a project, but it's very cyclical, but it's really an operation. And so all of these activities could be in place. So now let's look at this. Now I'll skip through that really quickly because this is the hard stuff. This is what a change curve looks like, right? And this, what is this, Rob? That makes sense to you? Let me, I'll just jump in.
Cost curve?
Yep, it's cost curve. So this is how much, like this is $5, there's $10, now we spent $20, now we spent $50, now we spent $150, now we spent $200, now we spent $1,000, now we spent, so this is the overall cost of the project that we budgeted. See, that's the cost curve. It's a cumulative cost curve. Looks kind of like an S. We're spending less money in the concept and planning phase than we are in the implementation phase. And we spend less money on the closure phase. That's why it kind of tapers off. So spending the rate of money, this shows the rate of money we're spent. If we were to draw a picture of it, it might look like this. So there's our, how much for that month, there's next 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 month, next month. So we're spending all this money. And if we made it a cumulative curve, and it's not to scale, but a cumulative curve, it might look more like this, right? That's really good to know because that is the basis of everything we're going to talk about. So here we're 8 months in. And it looks like there's how much we budgeted. See that mustard and yellow color? And then the red on top of that is how much we added to that, what we spent above and beyond what we actually budgeted. So does that make sense to everybody? Let me see the thumbs. It's real easy to see unless you just look away for a while. If you look away for a while, then you come in, you're lost because you don't know what I'm talking about. So I see thumbs up for 3 or 4 people and see faces of 3 or 4 people, and they all look like they're really good. Blake, are you there? You see that?
I'm here, I see it.
All right, Ray, didn't see your thumb. All right, Tim, I think I saw your thumb. All right, so here we go. We got all this. Now this is really the backbone of everything we're doing. So you see this little line, that's the same as we spin a little bit more. So this blue line is where we should be. The little red line, if you're not colorblind, and if you can see that red, then it's just right above the blue line, which would look black to you, I guess. And so this is all where we are as far as spending money, right? So that's not good, right? You can see how it's not good. So this is what we wanted to spend. So this is what the schedule work is supposed to cost. That's budget cost of work scheduled. So any one point in here, it's a continuous curve. So it would be an infinite number of possibilities, but you know, we're going to say that that this is the amount of money that we think we should spend. This is what it really looks like. You know, it's kind of discrete when we're looking at budget. So now here we spend a little bit more, and this is what the completed work actually costs. So it says completed, we mean the work we completed at that point in time is what it actually cost us. So this is the cost actual is less or greater than the planned. So that's a bad thing, right? And that's pretty straightforward, right? And I think this curve kind of explains it really well. Okay. Now we're going to go in and look at that a little deeper. So in real life, here's what we'd do. We'd have something that looks like this. We'd have the number, you know, a table that we would be tracking all this stuff. See if I get close, look at it. So this is the, you know, could be a work breakdown structure over here. Could be over here is the plan dates, and there's plan, there's actual finish, and there's, so this could look at the time we spent, but it's really close to dollars. And so we would track, you know, dollars and on forms, and it looks something like this, where you might have all of this information covered in some kind of spreadsheet, right? And then you'd have variances and things like that. So now what we're looking at as far as picture goes is that this center line, well, nope, there it is, the gold line, if you can see it, budget cost of work performed. It's that gold line. Yeah, it doesn't look right. Let's see if I'm thinking right. Yep. So this I think I was right the first time. This is the sometimes these acronyms are used in a little different ways. They have more than one acronym means the same thing. So we're going to go to the definition next. So this one would be budgeted cost of at completion, BCAC. So that's what we budgeted, and we don't see it here. So let's see if they have an F. All right, there it is. Forecasted cost to complete and forecasted cost to completion. So let's get back over here. Should be, oh, there it is. There it is. That's what I was looking for. Budget cost at completion. So that's 100%. If everything was perfect, this black line in the middle is what the budget looks like. Okay. So now if its actual cost is different than the budgeted cost of work performed, and so that one should be, that one's in the right place. So budget actual cost of work performed is up here. Then it looks like that by the time we get to where we think we're going to be finished, that we have a little bit more to go. So that FCAC stands for FCAC. So FCAC, there it is. forecasted costs at completion. So that's the actual cost plus the forecasted cost to complete. So that number. Okay, see, these are a little more complicated. So we got to take this value and then we're looking at, well, let me go back for a second because we're looking at this number right here, right? So here's where we are in life. We're at this point in the schedule. So maybe we were 8 months in. 8 months in, it actually cost us this much for the actual cost of the work we performed with this much. And then this number is what we actually budgeted cost of work performed. So can you see that now? Looks like I had it in the wrong place. All right, so there, actual cost, budgeted cost. So is that good or bad? Somebody yell it out.
Bad.
Yeah, it's not good at all. If the actual cost, let me move this down here. If the actual cost of work performed, is that good or bad?
Good.
Good. And you can see that this is what we thought we're going to spend for the work we performed. This is what we actually spent. That's a good thing, right? This is where we are, you know, and then that's a bad thing. You can see that, right? So now if we were to here, we want to know, well, how much more are we going to spend and how much more are we going to, it's going to cost us. And so those are new projections out here. So if this is where we are and we can't make an impact, we can't bring it back down to here, then what choices do we have? And somebody give me some ideas of what we can do. This is off script, so.
Kill the project.
Kill it, did you say?
Yeah, kill it.
Well, that's one option. So there's always a bunch of options, right? So if your budget was, if it looks like this is not going to meet your schedule where you need it to be, and this is not, it's going to be more than you have to spend, then maybe that's the only choice you have. But the first thing you would do maybe is you'd go back to the project plan and you would look on the critical path, right? And you would say, okay, what can I eliminate? How can I change the scope? You know, can I not provide everything we promised to provide? So there's a whole bunch of things you can do, right?
Okay. I was looking at it from, you know, I'm like the project sponsor or I'm the executive. I'm saying kill it. And then that would have the project manager and the team say, wait a second, let us go back and take a look. And maybe there's something we can do. And then they would come, you know, that's a just quicker way to get there.
Well, you know, there's one test somebody was given to me one time, wanted to see if I could answer their problem, right? And they said, okay, we have this issue. We're basically here, right? And then over here, we're going to get, this is a regulation. So now right now in real life, we're here trying to make a decision, but we see that this is going to be where we are. We thought we're going to be here. So what should I do? And I said, kill it, because you're going to have $1 million fine over here. You're probably not going to make it. And the project's worth 100,000. Why don't you go through the regulation when regulation changes and then start at, because your system already works the way it is, right? It's just cumbersome. And so don't do it until after you meet that goal, that deadline, and then do it. And so they didn't like that. The answers they were looking for were, okay, how can we expedite this to get it down here? And there's ways to do that. And remember when we talked about, we can buy cheaper labor. We can buy, you know, all kinds of things. But a lot of that doesn't fix the problem, right? I mean, you can't necessarily get someone who's a little less expensive to do as high quality job as you need, right? and all kinds of things. But the problem is, it's kind of like statistics. Once you see something in statistics, what is that? That's a red flag. You put the red flag on it, and then you got to do a lot of research to find out, well, why is that red flag there, and how can I fix that red flag and turn that red flag to a green flag, and those kind of things. So, but now you know, right? So if you're in Rob's position, he's over all this overall thing. He wants to kill it, right? And so you go back and you look at the critical path, and you look at all your other stuff. You see if you estimate it right. You go put in a change request, and you know, maybe the change request says we're going to be up here. This is the best we can do. And then Rob, our client, says, well, okay, I understand that. I don't like it, but now I have a choice to make. You know, if this was Y2K, where you had a deadline and nothing you could do, well, that's the month after Y2K, you know, rolled over. That's not going to help you. So maybe what you can do is you can harden half the systems, you know, something like that. And you won't be able to harden all the systems, you know. And so, you know, there's all kinds of, and it's like, Mia, like you said before, it depends. What's PSS? Let's go back here. So, well, we'll get to that. But so all of these are the different acronyms and the different ways to look at it. So yeah, budget cost at completion, that's what you think is going to happen. Budgeted cost of work scheduled. So that's at any point in here, you know, there's a budget cost of work schedule. So at this time, the budget cost work schedule will be different at that time. So that's a ever moving target, right? There's a budget cost of work performed. So budget cost of work scheduled and the budget cost of work performed, you know, that would be, hopefully that would be the same, because you would have it at the same spot. And we'll see more pictures, so it'll make more sense. Actual cost of work performed, we want that to all to be the same, right? Estimate at completion. And then we'll go into the next one. So here's where all those values show up. So there's a budget cost of work performed. There's where we are. Budget cost of work scheduled, and there's the actual cost of work performed. And then this is the budget cost at completion up here, you know. And then the AV, let's see. Well, I wanted to show it to you before I got to it. All right, so we'll go, so this is a variance. So that's, and this is another cost variance. There's a schedule variance. And so what we're trying to do is we're trying to look at these variances, right? And see how far we are from where we thought we should be. And so let's see. So this says budget cost of work performed. So if our budget, well, let me see that. So now our actual cost of work performed is up here. Our budgeted cost for the amount of work we performed is down here, but here we are. Is this a good number or a bad number? That's a little trickier. The budgeted cost of work performed, and we're right here, so we should be up on this line. The budgeted cost of work scheduled.
You're behind schedule.
Yep, the budget cost of work performed, you're behind schedule. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to, so really if you follow this line back, this is where you are in the amount of work you're planning, but here's where you are on the actual schedule. See that? See that difference? So this is the schedule variance based on cost, which is the part that throws everybody, you know. So you're looking at cost, but you're looking at the schedule versus, you know, and put it in numbers and dollars. All right, so let's see another picture. Some people like this picture better. So here's our budget. There's the budget cost of work scheduled. Here's our time. There's the budget cost of work performed. See how they line up. There's the actual cost of work performed, line up. There's our actual cost, you know, our plan. And here's our time. Is that a good picture or a bad picture? I should just disregard this. Okay,
Bad.
don't look at that. Somebody said something, I talked over them.
I mean, it looks bad to me because there's no, it looks
Right,
like they're
so-
all on the same scale.
Right, so you got the budget equals the actual cost of work performed equals the budget cost of work performed. The actual work scheduled equals the budget cost for work performed. So is that good or bad? And I'm gonna.
That would be good.
That is good. But you can see how they all line up together, and that is, was a miraculous project manager who is a great estimator,
Yeah, I would guess it almost never happens.
There's some variation of that, but everything's an estimate, right? And so if you're a mature manager, you've seen 100 of these, right? And nothing ever works out the way you plan. And so this would be like a miracle. This might happen once in your career, and it probably shouldn't. I mean, I'm being a little dramatic about it, but there's always a little variation. You're a little bit ahead or a little bit behind or something, in all of these. And so that's normal. Yeah, I tell people I'm busy from this time, they still call. All right, so here we go. Good earned value. So this is another good earned value. I told you what it is already. So there's the budget cost of work performed. So we're way over here. Here's the budget cost of work scheduled. Okay. And there's the actual cost of work performed. There's a positive schedule variance. We're ahead of schedule. The actual cost is lined up with the budget, right? The actual cost lined up with the budget. And budget cost work scheduled. So we look like we shouldn't be as far ahead as we should be, or we are, right? So this is another good picture, but it's also misleading because that's lagging behind this. You see that? Okay. Now over here, here's bad earned value. So now the actual cost of work performed, like the budget cost of work performed, we're here. The budget cost of work schedule still looks, we're actually, this is how much we should have, the work we should have done, okay? We're ahead of schedule, but actual cost is more than the budget for the same period of time. Maybe that picture's off. Yep. So there's the actual cost of work performed. It's a negative CV. So you really got to see both of these values to know whether it's good or bad, right? All right, let's see what we got here. So measuring progress and good performance. So the schedule status, and that would be the budget cost of work performed minus the budget cost of work schedule. Let me get a drink of water. I hope I have all my slides here, because if not, I'm gonna go ahead and add a C here. All right. Budget cost of work performed minus actual cost of work schedule or work performed. Good schedule performance is budget cost of work performed is greater than the budget cost of work schedule. A good cost variance performance is budget cost of work performed is greater than the actual cost of work performed. See that? And then this forecast of completion, this is the formula to get to that. So let's go back here for a second. So now this is the budgeted cost of work scheduled, that center line. We're measuring all that as we go. And this is back to the example we had before, similar to the example we had before. So here we're a little ahead, cost a little more, cost a little more, cost a little more, cost a little more, cost a little more. And here we're getting a little bit less done. We know that because we're looking at these two numbers together, right? And so the budget cost of work performed is over here. So we're here when we should be here as far as schedule. Well, let's see. And then I got some tables. I'll look at it for a second. Let's see how far ahead we are. It looks like I'm missing a couple of slides because what I wanted to do is I wanted to show you some more stuff related to this. Okay, so now maybe we can use this. So this is the index, right? So we're looking at the budget cost of work performed divided by that number. So here's the cost of work performed. You see that 50K divided by 80K gives us a 0.63. Is that good or bad? What if this, let's put it in hundreds. Let's say that we're at $100, right? And divided by $50 equals, you know, halfway there, right? So half of that. So we actually budgeted cost was this $100. We are at $50. And so that gives us a different number, right? So that would be 2 times. That'd be 2 times. So one's above 1 and the other is below 1. Which one's the positive? So if in case you lost me, this is the picture we have, right? So that's 50K divided by 80K equals 0.63. So the actual cost is higher than the budgeted cost, and it gives us a 0.63, right? And then on the other side of that, what if we had $100 to buy this? It only cost us $50, and so that gives us a value of 2. Did I do that number right? So which one's the better? Do we want a 0.5 or do we want a 2 or a 1?
You want a 1.
Yep. Anything above 1 is good in this case because, so this is a really good. So we're comparing the actual and the budget and the actual cost, right? And so if we were a program manager and had 100 projects, right, that we were working on, then if all we saw was a decimal number and a one that was below 1 and one was above 1, and with all these 100 projects we're tracking, which ones should we look at closer?
You're going to look at the ones that are decimals.
Right, exactly. The ones are below 1. And so we would take, if it was a 20 or a 60 or a 80, which one of those would we look at? 80, 20, or 60? Which one would we focus on first? Let me get that right. 0.8, 0.6, 0.2. Which one would we focus first on?
Point 2.
And it would be, you know, and normally that's the right answer. So, and then what we also got to remember is it depends, right? And because the 0.2 could be a very small, insignificant project that was put on hold, right? The 0.6 could be or change our whole company's livelihood, and we may have a whole bunch of things that are worse than that. And a 0.8 may be another insignificant project that's, you know, doesn't matter. Or, you know, 0.8 could be the really big project. So in the first thing that'll draw your attention is the 0.2, right? And then once you go the second route, you plant that flag on the 0.2, and then you look at what's around it and you compare that with other variables, then you would also, you know, let you know where you are and how far you are away and what the political situation is and all the other things, you know, which is the most one most related to safety and what's the one most related to Yep, a little bit longer. I think I have till 12:30. That's all right. That's okay. They're trying to kick me out already. All right, let's see. And then same way with the schedule, right? So,
Hey, Craig, I think it's important to note that your SPI and CPI are determined based off of percent completes that you're tracking along.
Okay.
Sometimes you can artificially misrepresent those by claiming a percent complete, possibly even accidentally.
yeah, that's a good point. So how does that number come about? You know, if you're tracking task, you know, you're clicking off task, let me go to project plan. So if I'm looking at the project plan and I can click off all of these tasks and I can say, this is really the best way to do it. You can say, you know, what percent complete you are in each of these, and you can roll it up. So if I roll it up, it says I'm 13% complete, right? But a lot of times when the people who are tracking the numbers ask you, so what percent complete are you on the project? If you don't have it at this level, how would you ever know, right? And so Ray, I think Ray, you're the one that said that, right? Or was somebody else say that?
Yeah, it was me.
So I think that, like Ray was saying, that unless you're tracking it, and I'm adding words to, I'm putting words in Ray's mouth now, so he may have to correct me. But and my thoughts are, unless you're tracking it at this level, then you don't really know whether you're on schedule and off schedule. And
Yeah.
oftentimes we'll go in and we'll adjust as we go, because we're really just trying to get, you know, if we have everybody in the room, we have the owner, we have the vendor, we have the person who's doing the work all in the room, and they all agree that, yeah, we need to push this off a week, and everybody signs off on it there, then that's basically our change control, right? But our original baseline's been pushed off. And so, Ray, do you want to add anything to that, or did
Yeah, I think that kind of brings it back to previous discussions about work breakdown structure, because there are times, especially on very large projects, maybe just starting out, you might be claiming higher complete if you didn't have the real breakdown. So like, let's say you have to build, I don't know, 15 different systems, and you know, you look at it and you say, okay, system one, yeah, we're about 25% right when you get started.
Yep.
Well, there's times where maybe that was over realized. Maybe when you get into that, you actually weren't, and now you're behind, but you might not be showing behind. So I think tying those numbers to how you get them is pretty important.
Yeah, and see, it's typical because it is such a pain to go in and just try to come up with an exact number. So it's typical. What I do is I say 1%, I want to lock it in. I'm not going to let that date change. 10%, I planned it. We have a check mark. We planned for it. 25% says we started it. 50% means we're halfway there. We kind of pretty good at telling where we're halfway there or not. 75% means we're over halfway there, and 100% means we're finished. Well, there's a lot of leeway in that, right? And so if I said 25% we started and we didn't really start, but we planned on starting, then, you know, it could be a false indicator. We may be further behind than we said. If I say 50% and really we're 40%, and then there's other complications. So let me give you an example of other complications. Well, let's pretend like.
Yeah, Craig, that's where I was getting at. If you say you're at 40% and you're really at 25%.
Yep.
If it's a very large dollar amount item for your project, it can really balloon that, you know, that percentage. So
yeah, that's good. Thanks for bringing that up. So another way to think of it too is that you got to put something down, right? And so it's typical. I mean, it's traditional, accepted rule of thumb, the 10, 25, 50, 75, 100. That's just one way of doing it, right? And estimates are always that. They're just estimates. but you can be off on them. You have to know what off. So every time you meet, we used to meet on some projects maybe twice a week. And we'd go over that list every time we met. So we'd have a regular meeting, and then the last 10, 15 minutes of the meeting, we'd go and update this, right? And so if we cap it at 25% and we're supposed to be well past starting, then there's a problem, you know? So that's the way you would know. And sometimes they get up to the very high numbers, like we're 99% there. And I said, well, we'll put 75, but if you really want me to, I'll put 90% there, and then we'll just have a little negotiation so that they feel, because you want to show progress. It's motivational to show progress, but you also want to be as exact as possible, because you're in, if something goes wrong, you're in trouble. And so that's a good way to look at it too. Let's see, I had another point I want to make. Okay, so also related to that, let's pretend like, let's see. Well, I'll pick on Rob again. So there's kind of an 80-20 rule, and that 80-20 rule is used all over the place in different ways, right? So it takes about 80% of the effort to get the last 20% done. Sometimes that's the way I look at it. So in some worlds, you can have 100 steps you have to take, and they're all identical. Let's say there's 100 pieces of equipment you have to program, right? Well, the first 20% is going to be hard because you're trying to figure it out. But once you get on a groove, the last 80%, and that's just, rule of thumb. It's not necessarily a real 20 and a real 80. It's just that, the biggest part of the work might come up front, whereas you may make quicker progress at the end. So that might happen in programming, for example, and where you're trying to figure out what to do, and then now it's repetitive. You just keep doing the same thing over and over. And that's not always the case. And sometimes that's good for okay, so I'm gonna really make it confusing. So the first 20% may be the most difficult to learn, and then you can get up to 80% of the quality. And that last 20% of the quality may be the hardest thing to perform. And so there's ways to look at it in a whole bunch of different ways. Rob, can you address any of that in your world? And anybody else? I just pick on Rob a lot.
No, that's fine. Yeah, in the IT world, because a lot of it, or especially for the projects that require a lot of repetitive tasks or doing similar things multiple times, like rolling out pieces of infrastructure, you kind of work through some of the process governance, some of those issues, the unknown unknowns, and you work through all those at the beginning. Then you're dealing with more known knowns, and you kind of pick up the tempo towards the end.
Yeah, and then and a lot of times that goes up to a certain point, like 80% of the quality you want, right? And then a lot of times you hear that the last 20%, trying to polish that takes up a lot of time, trying to make it look just really pretty for everybody, and the form and everything else has to fit. So you have to take those kind of things into consideration too. Because when you're doing, at this point, what you're trying to do is you're trying to go back and fix a problem, right? So if you're not on that budget, which you probably never will be exactly on that budget, you'll flip flop back and forth on either side of it, as you go up. And then, but it's kind of like what's the probability of one specific point on a continuous statistical problem, and that is 0. The probability you're going to be right at that point at any one time is going to be really hard to maintain, but it's normal to bounce back and forth. And the more exact that, for example, construction, it still has that, but it'd be less of an issue than something that's research and development.
I've noticed I've built a couple of houses over my time.
know what you're gonna say. Go
Um,
ahead.
And I mean, that is absolutely the case. I mean, it seems like it takes forever to get to see some progress. And then it's like overnight, you're 90% complete. And then it's like, oh, forever getting the
Last
punch
10%.
list done and actually getting a move-in date.
Yeah. So this is something that a lot of people don't understand about the 80-20 rule. 80-20 rule is kind of a rule of thumb, generic thing. So if you had like these 3 cells, and I can see if you see my hands. I don't know if I can see my hands. Maybe I should show my own picture so I can see it. See what I'm doing. All right, so you see my hands. So these 3 salespeople are making 80% of the sales, and these salespeople aren't. These other, 7. That's the 80-20 rule. That's not 80%, 20%. It's just that, the small minority will get the biggest impact. And then if you had of all the companies out there, maybe these 3 people are running, and we're looking at maybe, 10 different companies. They're only running 3 companies, right? But they're just making the big sales because that's their dedication. So, it would be the same 80-20 rule. So it just means the minority, majority. It doesn't necessarily always mean 80-20. It's just that it comes out to be around 80% and around 20%. It could be 90-10. It could be 75-25, something like that. So that's just a rule of thumb. All right, let's see. We have about, I think we're pretty close to the stuff I wanted to cover. The stuff I did not cover is in Arita in your textbook. So if you pay a close attention to that, it'll go into a little more detail. It probably corrects any misunderstandings that I might have left in your head. But it's all in there somewhere. Let's just go look at a couple of forms. So let's see if I brought some up. Let's see if we can digest them. All right, here's the first set. Look at this and see if we can look at them. These are forms I got out of templates I got from different places. Let's see, this is a project title. That makes sense. This looks like a WBS number. There's the effort estimate in some units. This is planned start date, planned end date, and these are resources. So that kind of looks like it could fit into the Microsoft project, because this, one thing I don't put in Microsoft project that much is the WBS number, because WBS number is probably the most important thing related to work that is done for someone else. But if I'm doing it for myself, I don't really use it as much as I need to, because I kind of go by title. But if I had 20 people that had to listen to what I was saying and track their stuff, and it goes through accounting, goes through other people, then WBS number comes in. But this just has the row number. So the number here is just the number of the task. And this first one is the roll up, right? And number 4 is a roll up, and this is a roll up. So those aren't even really tasks. They're just the rows, right? But if I wanted to, I could add a column, and let's see, task mode. Let's see if I can, anyway, I could change the title to be WBS number or anything I wanted to put in there. So that's just that tool. Let's go back to this. Okay, so that's an example. Network diagram, that kind of looks like that. Gantt chart looks like that. And this Excel spreadsheet is one way to do it. So if we went to project and we said, okay, I want to see what different things look like. Let's go to report. And I go in and I say, I want it to compare. Let's see, report. That's not what I want. What am I trying to do? Let's see. Oops. Trying to show you the different way it looks. Oh, there it is. So I go to, there's Gantt chart. I do a network diagram. See, it programs it out for me. And this isn't complete. This is just, starting to be set up. I can do resource sheet. It tells me who's working on it and what hours. I could do, let's see, there's other things. There's also cost information, cost sheets and cost reports and those kind of things. So let's see, let's go back to where we were. I'm gonna just go standard Gantt chart. And so see, it's creating a Gantt chart for me with a lot of details. Okay, if I go to report, I wanted to see a cost report, but I was trying to figure out, that's not working for me. Anyway, I'm probably missing something. I had it all, I walked through it once before we got on, but I can't remember what I did. So that's, example of a tool. Here's a cost trend analysis. So here we have a project and we have a budget. We have year-to-date actuals, year-to-date current, and we have, different project information. So this might be a way to compare different types of projects. Has instructions and things like that for it. Let's go to another form. This one is related to, so this is related to scheduling. I see resources, percent done. So there's a lot of different templates, that you can use. There's a list of tasks. And that's what I was looking for, I think. So there's duration, there's baseline start, there's expected start, there's actual start, there's expected finish, actual finish for each of the different tasks, right? And then baseline of hours, actual hours, remaining work, percent complete, estimate at completion, and then the variance. So this is another template I'll put up there. Let's see, it goes project, that's the overall project. This is a task related to that. Okay. The only thing I'm showing you here is just a whole bunch of examples. And, there's all kinds of different things that your company will probably use that I couldn't even show you. And then I showed you this last time relating to estimating costs. This is for repairing houses. And so if we go down a little bit further, then it says under roof, you have rip and replace, or you could roll over, or you might do both of those, or you might, have a patch that you do. And then under gutters, you might have demo and install new. This is linear feet, just different ways to estimate things. So you wouldn't necessarily have something under all of these. It's just that you would go through and pick and choose. Like you might have wood siding or vinyl siding or fiber. So, most people can kind of relate to a house because they may live in one, and so that's the reason I show this. So this shows masonry work, and estimates of, what it costs to get that. Doesn't necessarily show how much man hours it takes to do that. It just shows kind of a way to start. And you can up these numbers and change them, depending on if you want to include an estimate of more hours or less hours. And I think this is a cross, this is a generic one across the whole United States. It's off from the start, right? So California is different, Tennessee, and Tennessee is different from Florida, and Florida is different from New York, and that kind of thing. Give you an idea. In Tennessee, there's a lot of, in Middle Tennessee, there's a lot of rock. So there's a lot of limestone. So if you're going to build, you're going to probably blast a lot of times if you're on a hill. And in Florida, those people who build houses in Florida aren't necessarily going to ever be able to do that, to do the estimate the same way. But anyway, those are examples. I'll leave these up on the Change Mentor app, and then you guys can download it when you want. It just give me a couple of weeks to do that. So send me, I think some of you have already sent me a request to be added, and then make sure that it doesn't cost you anything. So if you decide to download it, then you can have it, but just you have to email me to let me know to put your email address up so that it doesn't accidentally charge you. It's free, but I'm gonna put all these templates in the part that's not free. So that's the reason you want to do that. Let's see, is there anything else? I think I'm out of time, but I think we covered a lot. Is there any questions, or do we feel like we kind of covered that? And there's more to cover, but it's all in your book, so you can read it and you can get caught up. But I'll see you next week. Unless there's any questions, now's a good time. All right. I know we went over a lot. It's kind of like drinking out a fire hose for some of this stuff, but there's a lot to cover. All right, that's it. I'll let you guys go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
One second, I cannot hear anyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you just fine, Dr. Enrique.
All right, so I am the one with the problem. I cannot hear you. Could you talk again, somebody? Rob, I think.
Yep, I'm here.
Yeah, no, I cannot hear you. No, I think I can hear some. Yeah, I can hear you now.
There we go.
Great, great, great. Every time I use the headset, it's a little bit of configuration trouble. So how long did you finish the other lecture?
Right before you came on. We just
All right.
finished, so everybody's probably taking a break.
All right. Yeah, let's wait till 1:35. Fabiano, you know if the class has been converted?
I'm not sure because I wasn't. I'm not like in charge of that, but I'll get to know and inform you.
Are you Armin there, or who is using the Casri account?
I'm here, Dr. Enrique.
Okay. All right. Are you good?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the conversion of the file is already done, right? I mean, it's processing.
For the last class?
Yeah.
Yeah, that starts as soon as I press stop on the recording. And then Umcar just got off and he recorded it locally.
Okay. So we are good to start the new recording, right?
Yes, sir.
So Fabiano is doing the local and Armin is doing the cloud.
Yes, sir. And
Yeah,
think
I started the local.
Okay, and I just started the cloud.
Great. Let me, where'd it go? For some reason, yeah, there you go. All right. So well, everybody's coming back. I apologize, I have not corrected your grades in regards to the quiz number 1. So if there's any question that I needed to reassess because of my mistake in how was assigned, it's not been done yet. All right. So let's wait for a couple minutes. Rob, are you able to see today's slides?
Yes.
Sorry, I lost you. I cannot hear you now. Hope it wasn't me.
I can see the slides.
Oh, right. Good. Okay, so few announcements before we start. There you go. The first one is that next quiz. So I told you last session that I was gonna send a message in regards to how we're gonna do this. I was thinking about it, and I think the easiest and the best thing for everyone is what was suggested. So your quiz is going to be available today after we finish the lecture, and you have the same constraints, which are 15 minutes. You don't have to let me know when you're planning to do this anymore, and there's not gonna be a two-part quiz, so it's gonna be a one-part quiz, the 15 minutes, and you have till the beginning of the next lecture. So you have from today until 1:30 p.m. on Friday next week to answer the quiz, all right? Whenever you can and whenever you want, take the quiz, but it's gonna be, again, timed for 15 minutes, and it's standard for everybody, so that way I'm preventing that the clock makes these weird announcements. So it's 15 minutes for the quiz. The structure is the same. So we have the second part of forecasting that we covered. Then we cover sales and operations planning, and then we cover master production schedule. So you have 3 questions out of each of these topics, and then you have a small problem at the end. So be sure that you have your Excel templates ready to punch in the numbers quickly. All right. Any questions so far? Are we good with that method with the quiz? All right. So if that works, then that's what we're gonna do for the remaining 2. The other part of it is that we need to finish the material requirements planning in order to get into the midterm. And then we have 2 case studies left and 2 more simulations as well, right? So the next simulation, that's gonna be just like last time. That's gonna start tomorrow. And again, you have 1 week to play the simulation and then 1 week to work on the report. Is that okay? So it's a total of 2 weeks for the simulation. There might be a slight overlap with the either the midterm of the case study. So I'm still thinking about the best way to go through that. Okay. The next quiz, it's gonna be again once we cover the next 2 days and 2 more topics. All right. And then the last quiz is gonna be at the very end. So we have a couple months. Well, it's actually a month and a half, I guess, that is gonna become busy. All right.
So you're gonna upload the simulation 2.
Any questions in regards to that?
You said you're gonna upload simulation 2 today? Did I hear that right?
There's gonna be one small caveat to the case study. Sorry, not the case study, the simulation. So that's gonna be that whoever team wins, all right, there's gonna be a prize for the winner. Okay,
Headpiece.
but this is a conditional prize. The conditional prize means that whoever wins and turns in an excellent report, okay? So you have to turn in a good report. You have to win, and you have to turn in a great report. You're gonna be exempt of the midterm. All right? So there's one team that is going to be exempt of taking the midterm.
Did you say that one more time, please?
I'm gonna repeat that again. The prize for the team winning the simulation is going to be contingent to having an excellent report that you're gonna have. You're gonna be exempt of taking the midterm.
So this
just like last time, it's gonna be. It starts tomorrow, and then it finishes a week from tomorrow. You cannot hear me?
Yes.
Can everybody else hear me?
Yes.
Or is too low?
No, I don't. Can you hear us? Can you hear us, Dr. Enrique?
Fix the audio settings. I have, yeah.
Can you hear us,
Mic is
Dr. Enrique?
working. I guess it's on your end.
Dr. Enrique,
Dr.
can you
Enrique.
hear us?
I cannot hear anyone.
We can hear you.
We can hear
Okay,
you just
Let
fine.
me do that same thing.
And I think for some reason,
1 second.
can you hear me now?
Yes, can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm the one that is not.
Hello? Yeah, I can hear something in the background. I think.
Hello?
Yeah, the earpiece is the one that is not helping at all.
You can hear us now?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, so the question that I had was, as far as instructions go, or do we need to because last time we had to go log in, set an account. Do we have to do any of that mess this time?
You're supposed to be in the same account.
Okay, so our passwords are going to be the same, team names the same, all that kind of stuff.
Right. It's just going to be a different simulation.
And you'll be posting something about that?
Yes.
Okay, awesome.
Posting when?
It's going to be available by tomorrow morning, just like last time.
Just need time to pre-plan.
All right. Yeah, you have 1 full week to play the simulation. So it runs from Saturday till Sunday morning, I think.
So the basis of being exempt from the midterm is the excellency of the report, not the outcome of the simulation. Or both.
Well, it is the outcome of the simulation plus the report. So you have to win the simulation.
Can I?
There's only one team. Only one team.
So only the one team that wins has the option for exemption if their report is excellent.
Right.
Got it.
Yeah. What I don't want to happen is that that team that wins just drops the ball writing the report. Okay. So the team that wins has to write a great report, and that's enough justification to be exempt of the midterm. All right. So to win, obviously, you have to be attentive of the simulation during the entire week. As last time, the decisions you make in the beginning may not have an immediate reflection, but if you keep what I saw from the reports, and at least that's my perception after reading the reports, those teams that were keeping track of what was happening were able to do much better in regards to the outcome of the simulation. Not necessarily, because you can make just changes once every day. So if you keep track making changes at the end of the day, and if you do a good forecasting job or things like that, that's pretty much the decisions that you have to make in the pertinent time. Once you start seeing patterns, the key here is to make those decisions at the key points of the simulation. Whatever change that you make is not going to create an effect into until it runs for a while. All right. Okay, guys. So that being said, let's get hands-on into today's topic. Today we're going to talk about the material requirements plan. So the outline basically that we're going to go is through understanding the connections between the master production schedule and in the entire manufacturing process and control system. Where does MRP stand? How does it fit into this whole schema? Basically, what the MRP is doing, given that the master production schedule is telling us what's going to happen, right? The MRP has the sole function of making all those resources available to make sure that you meet the schedule, right? So while doing this, this is probably the execution part that most of you have direct contact with, which is the how many things I need to order for what type of output that I'm gonna have during what specific time frame, right? So the bill of materials that we covered last time makes sense into this as it's specific of the amount of product that you need to place an order for, while seeking and calculating what we covered in the very first lecture, the inventories that we're going to have and the policies that we're going to take into each one of these inventories. So from the general outlook on what we covered in the beginning in the process and control system, basically we're going to see that ERP is going to be, MRP is going to be at the core of the engine. And it is fed back by the realities of what happens in the shop floor at the back end. So that basically connects the detailed material planning out of the master production schedule, and that gives you where the materials need to go so that we know the capacity of what we have and how much we need to fulfill the demand based on our capacity. Once that goes into the material and capacity plans, then what is called in the Lean lingo the Gemba and the other systems that work around the shop floor are going to feed back the requirements so that we know how much we have on hand and how much we need to order. So the different policies of inventory connect directly with this concept of the material requirements planning. So there's 4 things that we need to know in order to determine the MRP record. So those are the gross requirements, the scheduled receipts, the projected balance, and the planned ordered releases, right? So the record looks like this. It's just like we have been looking at before. But here we have the gross requirements from all sources about that particular part or product that we're handling. We have the orders that we have assigned per period. And we have the available balance and how much it's going to affect the order in the sequence that we have. One thing that we have to incorporate here is, you see, the lot size is something that we already discussed in the previous session, but now we're incorporating the lead time. How long are we going to take to get this particular product released? And this is important because from the chart that we looked at the very, very first lecture, the policy, if we go through an economic order quantity policy or any inventory policy, we need to know the depletion of a particular lot size so that we establish reorder points, safety stock, and we make all of these as a function of delivery lead time and how much we're going to be depleting this usage of materials. All right, so since we already covered the bill of materials, just doing this refresher so that with a different example, we carry through the entire concept of the MRP. We have the code of the part. So this is the entire assembly, and we have the sub-assemblies that have the individual codes. Again, we have parts that are by themselves, or we have sub-assemblies that are comprehended by different parts like this top handle and the scoop, all right? And again, the welded top handle bracket has 2 assemblies. So in the structure diagram, it just translates by these, the levels that we have. And that goes into the explosion, which is the translation of how many parts we're going to be using for a specific product. So in this case, we only have pretty much one of each in exception of nails, right? But these are 2 different type of nails since they have a different code associated. But you see the number of units. I mean, we just have to have the multiples ready for whatever we're going to be using. The rivets in this case are exactly the same in the 2 sub-assemblies. So in this sub-assembly and when we go into the general assembly here. So since it has the same part number, I have to order a total of 10 for each one shovel that is in the master production schedule. Very simple, right? In this, we would need to consider the existing inventories and schedule receipts so that we know how much we need to have on hand. And we need to calculate the quantities of all components needed to satisfy these requirements, all right? So that's what we just explained. One of the important elements here is that depending on supply chain policies, when you have that accumulation of many different components over many different parts, sometimes it's very crucial that you determine what kind of parts do you want to establish into what kind of benefits depending on the purchasing strategy. So one of these things is that, for example, rivets, given that it's a very common part, suppliers oftentimes want you to go through a forward purchasing so that they can move product faster. This could be an advantage given that you know that it's a common part that could be used in the future. And generally you don't buy by number of parts, you don't buy by number of rivets, you buy by either by weight or by volume capacity. But it has, the organization has to be careful into ordering enough that you take a price advantage, but not too many so that it becomes an obsolete part. And of course, it's easy to say and it's very obvious when you're dealing with one part, but when you're dealing with thousands of parts, that sometimes gets out of sight, all right? So one of the strategies that certain organizations follow is to classify the parts into different policies, such as small parts that are cheap, that don't expire, or that the obsolescence probability is very low, or expensive parts are heavy, and things of that sort. Over here, I don't know, Fabiano, if you like to add, I'm gonna engage you into this conversation. So the project that we just, that you guys presented the day before yesterday, that classification that they have shared, I don't know if you want to share what is the meaning, what you can give generality of the project in just like an elevator pitch so that you put the class in context, but then explain what is the meaning of that classification they have over the parts.
Right. You mean about those like fast moving parts, slow moving parts, and how to plan it all?
The PV, PD, and all that stuff.
Yeah. So yeah, there's a project we've been carrying out with a company, and we have to, like, the general idea is to optimize the number of parts that they keep in inventory, and as well as the reordering point and all those things. So for different parts, that company has different number of orders, and some of those parts are more requested than others. So in general, there's a sort of classification of PD or ZV parts, and those that difference between those classifications would pretty much show what is the behavior of the part for different for different parts. So, and it also is related to, for example, the cost of this part. Dr. Nick, I'm not sure what else you would like me to explain.
If you could just share what these two parts, what do they do? Like that the exact problem that we had with the definition of safety stock.
You mean like like how the company defines safety stock
and to what parts it is applied?
Right. Yeah. So this company doesn't have a very clear policy for the definition of safety stock. So the implementation that we've been using is pretty much like inventory levels comprise both the sum of the demand plus a percentage of the demand or a value stipulated by the company as a safety stock in order to fulfill the demand, even in situations where the demand is very variable, very unstable. What else, Dr. Enrique?
So, well, basically in one category of these parts, the definition that they have assigned to safety stock is the actual inventory. So the total inventory that they have is what they define as safety stock. But for the rest of the parts that are, I think it's those lower moving parts that they have done this, the parts that move fast, that's the one where they actually do safety stock in the traditional terms of 10% or 20%. So even in defining that policy of what the meaning of safety stock means, it is all going into what are the elements and the type of part that they use. One of the things that they have mentioned is that every time that they release a new product into the market, they have to pay close attention because their forecasting, well, is pretty much null because there's no history. So they cannot do any ARIMA or any what we have learned in forecasting because there's no background sales. So they're starting from scratch. So what they do is they pretty much just play around the concept of how many units they have being placing into the market and keep the stock of spare parts, because they deal with spare parts of their products, keep the stock of the spare parts for those units that have been, as they increase the number of sales. Once you have a pattern over a period of time is when they start doing this automatic forecasting that they run with the SAP system.
So Dr. Enrique, they don't get any type of, for a new release or a new product, any type of a sales forecast based on what the sales or marketing folks thinks they're going to be able to do to give them at least some idea?
Well, I honestly don't know the answer to your question, but what it seems, and this is part of the side story that they have been telling us. So this company is a distribution center for the product is being manufactured in Europe. So the headquarters are in Europe. They're the ones that provide forecasts and they send the new products, and they push the entire units. So the distribution center here reports back to Europe. But the disagreement that they have is that Europe has no sensitivity to what really is happening in this side of the hemisphere.
Okay.
So I guess based on assumptions, probably the answer to your question would be yes, but I don't know that that's true or not. It seems that the Europe provides everything. But these guys, as they follow what Europe says, they see a little bit of a mismatch of what they get from there and what they see happening here. And that's initially the reason why they engaged us in this project. So, all right. What we do here is basically to understand by this breakdown, by this explosion, how much are we going to be needing after we go against the inventory. So the gross requirements are how much we need, and net requirements are those things that we need to order, right? Very simple explanation. For example, if we have this top handle assembly that we have 25 in inventory, and we're going to be producing 100, then the net requirements is just the subtraction of 100 minus 25, so we need 75, all right? And because this is a part number that is the parent part number of other parts, so this 75 goes into these two gross requirements of the top handle and the bracket assembly. And because we already carried something in inventory, right? And then we had some that is going to be needed and some scheduled receipts. So the net requirements are going to be this much, all right? So what is the meaning of the scheduled receipt? Is that I don't have it physically, but it's the virtual inventory. I know it's being shipped, so it's somewhere in transit. All right, so as simple as that. For example, here, this one is again the bracket assembly, and it has the two parts are the sub-assembly top handle bracket and top handle coupling. So we have 27 in inventory of that assembly, so we are going to need 48. So we bring it down to 48 of these two, but we have 15 in inventory. So we're going to need 33.
Dr. Enrique,
yes?
were you intending to have the presentation on the explosion slide, or were you referring to something else?
Sorry, yeah. Thank you for that. Can you see these now?
Yes.
All right. This seems to be a recursive problem for me. All right, just please, just like you did, let me know when you don't see, when I'm talking about it doesn't make sense over the slide.
Okay, can you, wait,
I'm gonna go back.
Followed along, but will you draw that out again real quick?
Yes. Let me just go back here.
You can probably point to it and be sufficient.
All right. So basically, what I was saying, the difference between the gross and net requirements. Gross is whatever the demand is and how much we would need, and the net requirements is after we check within the inventory and what is in transit, right? So for the top handle assembly, we're going to need to make 100. The demand is going to be 100, but we have already 25 in inventory, so we only need to make 75. And as we break our cascade down this, so out of those 75 that come here, we just have to compare against the inventory and the transit parts, so that we have to make 28. All right, so that's the same concept that goes all the way down into this requirements list. Is that
you're
clear?
You're really just balancing it out as you go. Is that right?
Correct. Correct. So in this, the assumption here is that this has been set already from the master production schedule, and that you are looking at something that is within that frozen period, right? Of course, that the restriction of that freezing period has to be that the freezing period is not greater than the lead time of receiving the parts that you're going to need for that production. Because if it's greater than that, then you're dealing with a problem that comes into the capacity planning. All right, and we're going to talk about that in a couple lectures. But what this means is that under the assumption that we can order and get everything when there are no further changes, and if the lead time to receive these materials is less than the period that we have established as that foundry and the master production schedule, so I know that this is what I need to produce, right? So I just need to know from a material standpoint how many I have and how many I need to get in transit. Of course, in some of these scheduled receipts, you're not going to see any number because there are sub-assemblies, right? Unless the sub-assemblies are subcontracted.
So look, the gross requirement is coming from the master production schedule?
Right.
Okay.
So is that adjusting as you go along? So the master production schedule is obviously going to have a time set out in the space somewhere, right? Say a month out.
Right.
So if you move into the next month, and that changes, right? So you go from 100, and next month you need 150, so you adjust to that. How do you calculate that, or do you just total it up?
Well, you're supposed to have the outlook in the master production schedule of the entire period over 2 or 3 months. It depends on how it was broken down. But what you're doing here, again, one of the key terms in here is the lead time. So if the lead time or receiving certain materials is greater than my planning period, then that's where you start having some of the issues. And yet again, to quote the same problem that we have in this project, basically what their trouble is that they have a certain global objective of keeping a certain value of inventory in the warehouse. And they have a certain target of the service level to their customers. But sometimes to keep a high service level becomes unfeasible in regards to cost. And the reason that being is since a lot of these parts, if not every part, comes from Europe, there's a period of uncertainty on releasing these parts so that you order the part, right? Because your forecast told you that you needed to order. But the lead time to receive these parts is going to have a component of the customs release. So that paperwork is very variable, and they cannot make any decision over that. When they can make a decision is when the material is released. So do they decide to bring it by sea, which roughly estimates are like it takes 45 days, or should they fly it, which is going to take, I think, with total process about 12 days to reach the customer. So in that sense, flying in parts is going to be most of the times faster, but more expensive, right? And by sea is going to be cheaper, but it's going to take longer. So where they run with trouble is when they have a change in the demand and the period of receiving the scheduled receipts are not going to meet the change in the demand. So what do? The expedite. They just say, hey, I need to bring more by air, and they just pay the extra amount of the logistics pricing to get in that. So and it depends at what level do you see these requirements, right? Because if you are into the direct shop floor, which is, this is supposed to trigger the entire production at the shop floor, you can see this periodicity in to a daily basis where the changes are minimal and are just in 10, 20 units. I guess depending on the business that you deal with, the changes from month to month could be much different, and the type of product that you're making, right? If we say that we're going to change in a production environment of, for example, cars, where the benchmark is to make a car every 30 seconds, what does that make it? That you can make 120 cars in 1 hour, right? So if you're going to change the schedule for a day for more than 500 units, that could be a big disruption to the system. But if you change it for 20, 30 units, then it's not a big deal.
So would you ever take into consideration the fact that, okay, for the top handle assembly, we want 100, right? So you decide to make 100 and then you keep falling short. But in order to order, just say 5 to 25, the cost is so great that you could actually order an additional 100 to have them on backstock, to have them shipped by boat versus shipped by plane. In other words, the expense to overnight them or to express them is more than it is just to go ahead and redo another order.
Right.
Makes sense? Is that?
Yes, yes. And again, at the end of the day, it's all about what's the priority and how much will it cost you, right?
And then once you know that, you can factor that into your pricing strategy, right?
Correct.
Relative to your delivery, your promised delivery to the customer.
Correct, correct. So in this case, that's one of the I guess one of the hanging questions, which is, would we be willing? So Fabiano is part of the team that is building a dashboard so that they can, and they have these questions that have not been able to answer. So Fabiano and the team are building a dashboard that provides the baseline information so that they can take decisions into, let's say they have a threshold of 85% service level. The question here is, would we be willing, well, we as that company, would we be willing to sacrifice 5 or 10% of the service level if the savings are probably in the hundreds of thousands of dollars? And it's an obvious answer for them. They would say yes. Like, I'm not gonna pay $200,000, $300,000 to gain 5% service level. And again, that's from the operational perspective. Maybe sales would say, well, if you don't do this, you're going to lose the client, right? But it's a fine tuning point that goes in a back and forth into what is the threshold that you're really willing to take. Because if you present the numbers at the end of the day, maybe sales would be agreeable into saying, yeah, I guess that's costing the company this much money. But if increasing the percentage is not that expensive, then let's go for it, right? So it's a matter of playing with that. Does that make sense? All right. So in here, that's how we just do the calculations, where the net requirements, this part right here, would become the production schedule, right? So that's what, if I am running this a day before or a week before, that's what it's gonna mean for me for the next week. And that's how I'm going to plan my resources, and that's how I'm going to deploy whatever is gonna happen in the shop floor. Now, the whole trick here, and that we're going to spend one class into it, not that we need to, but that brings back the concept of what we learned into just in time and that whole 527 lecture, which is, well, when we have a steady set of requirements and we have a steady demand and we have evened out all of these because, well, you remember the principle, one part every day. Sorry, every part every day. What that makes is to reduce the amount of fluctuations into this whole set of adjustments, because we're looking at the funnel version here. So we're coming from the very top, which is the general system, and then we're trying to funnel down all the way to the shop floor. So in this whole process, there's several layers of planning that occur. So the reaction of changes at every level affects the upper layer. So the upper echelon of the whole system is the one that would see the greatest delay into making adjustments that are not foreseen on time, right? And the flow of information, you remember by the beer game, the flow of information from factory to the end customer. So the information comes into what is the demand at the very end, which is the end consumer. But the information of what has been ordered gets distorted as you go by the layers of the distribution, the retail, and all this stuff. And in reality, what the end consumer is going to have, it wouldn't come after it goes through these 4 layers in the system to the factory. So the factory is going to produce whatever they're being told to produce, plus a little bit more because they have seen certain variation in the past. But who created the variation? The system, the lower layer of the system. And well, that I'm getting into the systems dynamics now, but basically that's how this whole game is played into the effect of these fluctuations. All right, so from the standpoint of the material, so we're going to classify these materials by either dependent or independent. And the definition is very simple. The independent materials are those who you just need the material to make it, which could be a direct customer order, right? The dependent materials is just like the rivets, right? Because we're gonna need X number of rivets to make the assembly at 2 different layers in the explosion of the bomb. So we're gonna need for every 1 unit of independent demand, in the independent unit, we're gonna need 10 in the dependent. So it depends on the number of independent materials, all right? Very simple classification. So this is what we were talking about. How much is a good planning period so that we can do this offsetting of the lead time, all right? So that's gonna be determined by basically the delivery, okay? So that when can we have it ready? And any linkage that you have that would be required to get that done. So precedent relationships. And this brings me back to, for example, when we're talking about the SONY model and the first module in the SONY model. If you remember that we used to determine the critical path. So the critical path basically tells you this precedence diagram, which tells you, well, in order to reach a given point, you will need to have completed all of these precedent tasks or assemblies, right? So it doesn't matter if you have everything else ready. If you're missing one component into the whole thing, that's going to affect the total time to get something done. So, and that could go south very easily. Attention must be placed, and is often placed, over what we covered before, that is called the critical path and the constraint in the critical path. But when something that is non-critical path in the critical path gets the affection that supersedes that buffer time, then it becomes the new constraint, right? So that's this other part here. So the dynamics of both is what makes it complicated. And I know I mentioned to you one of the projects that was, I'm gonna go a little bit of context into from materials to activities. But one thing that I have not tried it personally, but some of our graduate students have, is the use of machine learning to determine all these possible scenarios when something could go wrong somewhere in the process, right? And by making a generation of, of course, you have to train the model. By training the model into what are the lead times that you're going to have at each element of making the assembly or delivering the service, you can get a factor of frequency of how often you're going to have a certain element becoming the bottleneck, and what's going to be the average time, and what's going to be the calculated standard deviation for that particular part. When you put all of these elements together, well, you get a pretty good feel of what's going to happen. The model that seems to be more frequently used into this is the random forest. I think we have mentioned that in 527, right? Well, but that's a separate thing. All right. So there's two elements that we can do to schedule logic. And oh God, sorry, we got heated up into the conversation. Let me just finish this one and we can take the break. I skipped one, so we can do a 10-minute break. So in the scheduling logic, we can have the front schedule, which is to go as early as possible, or the back schedule, which is as late as possible. What does it mean? Well, it basically means that within that concept of the buffer times that we have, whenever you're dealing with things that are the critical components, you cannot move into that range, right? But if you have something that is within that particular range of buffer, slack time, then you can either decide to do it right away, or you can decide to do it at the very end so that you do not have it in inventory waiting to go to the next step. All right. So there's a combination of batch scheduling and gross to net explosion to reduce inventories and to minimize the storage time. Why is it? Because if I am building certain components, right, and I know, for example, that one of these components is going to take 10 days to produce, and the lead time to get one of the elements to move into the next step is going to be 2 days, and production time is going to be 1. So would you rather have it at the very beginning so that it counts over that 10-period day as an inventory and that money that I spent, or should I wait until the day number 7 so that the inventory gets minimized? Now, there's a risk of doing that. Obviously, it reflects into reduce inventory and minimize storage time, but the risk is that I'm leaving it at the very end. What if it doesn't come? Then it's gonna be holding the rest of the process, okay? So this is a very simple logic.
Dr. Enrique,
Yes,
when you mention the terms front schedule and back schedule, is that related to early start and late start?
yeah,
Okay.
you can mention that. That's exactly what it means.
Okay.
It's just from the standpoint of the materials is what are the implications to if we go front schedule, early start. So we're gonna carry that part in inventory from the beginning, regardless of what's the latest that I can use it. So it's gonna be waiting. Is that okay? All right, so let's take the 10-minute break now. It's 2:28, so at 2:38, all right? And I apologize that I oversaw that, that break. If you could pause the recording, guys, I'll appreciate it. All right, are we back? Are we ready? Could you resume the recording, Fabiano and Armin, please? All right. So in a very brief example, as you have in what the shovel is that from a Gantt chart perspective, it's just what you said, Mia, about the late start or early start. So we have the top handle bracket, and then the bracket assembly that takes 3 days, right? The handle coupling 10 days, and then it is pushed 5 days, this, all right? And then over here, the blade takes 11 days. The scoop assembly, 2 days, and so on. So you see how certain things are required in order to get into the next step. And you just push them all the way till you can, so that the complete shovel is going to be done at the very end, right? So you start from here and you start backtracking so that everything goes to be ready right when you need it. All right. So by using the CPM or PERT method, I think that's much easier than this, but again, visually with a Gantt chart, you can still see what the back scheduling means. All right, from the MRP record standpoint, so you have the plant order release over here, and then it becomes the gross requirement over here. And then you just have to move into what the period is going to be needed so that you know when exactly you're going to be having that and how does it come. All right.
Dr. Enrique, so for the items that are sub-assemblies, you count those as a completed part, not as for reordering and planning. You don't count those as the individual components.
Good, yeah. You actually have to count the individual components, but for the MRP, remember that, and it depends on what the environment and the policy works. You may have some assemblies on stock, right? And for some of these assemblies, you may have basically some other sub-assemblies that you need to have beforehand. And in
the one example that you had earlier, you had some inventory numbers. We should count that those as sub-assemblies are actually completed sub-assemblies and not just a collection of those parts.
Right, it's completed sub-assemblies.
Okay.
All right. So if we would go with the lot for lot policy, exactly matches the supply to net requirements, right? And in a fixed lot size, order policy requires orders in multiples of the lot size, all right? So that's pretty much the difference. All right, so we're gonna go over certain considerations that you need to have when working with the material requirements plan. So one of them is the processing frequency. And when you recalculate, it is just called regeneration. It's a computationally intensive process. So it's run in the background and during low periods of low system demand. So what that means is that if you have a one shift period, this is happening usually either during before the next shift or over weekends when there is no labor and where there is no changes over the system that would make an impact into this. Net change approach only recalculates the records that have experienced changes, all right? With less frequent processing results in an out-of-date picture, all right? More frequent processing increases computer costs and may lead to system nervousness. Well, that's kind of the effect that you get out of the just-in-time system that we're gonna cover later. So another consideration is the calculation of the safety stock. You're pretty much familiar with the safety stock, and it's generally used to calculate, to compensate for the uncertainty, and it's generally associated with the items that you're going to carry in inventory for a specific period of time of production. All right. And as you remember from 527, safety stock can take the shape of a supermarket, but in essence, it is the trigger point where a safety stock you're never gonna touch. Your reorder point, and this is the problem with BHS. I already said with the company we're working with, that the reorder point has not to consider the safety stock. So when you reach the point of safety stock, when you have you keep a policy, that's like a level of stock that you never touch. You're constantly going to have that minimum, right? Now, in some companies, this is not applied, and that's the difference within the type of products, because the uncertainty is not either that high. So there's a smaller level of safety stock. But in essence, you always have to have that amount.
Dr. Enrique?
Yes.
Would you use the safety stock concept to counter against a process where you have a high defective rate?
Well, naturally, it is used for that. However, it again, the problem with the safety stock and things like that is that it inflates the system overall. And when you start with the inertia that the safety stock is going to alleviate these other problems, you stop trying to alleviate the problems and just make a rule of thumb that you're going to have the stock that is going to help you. So,
but you could use that during the time that you were trying to evaluate and resolve the quality issues, right?
Correct. But then in the planning period of ahead, you need to replenish the amount of units that you use from the safety stock. So you will have to replace that material, if it makes sense. So in a complicated environment, when you're working within the critical path, safety stock becomes a good option to avoid any changes into the total manufacturing or completion lead time, right? So the problem is when you're constantly using that safety stock, right? Into the just-in-time policies, I mean, it's determined by default that you're in certain environments, you're going to keep X amount of inventory. And then even when the safety stock hits a specific threshold, you have the plan C and plan D of what's going to happen next. I have only seen, well, this is the second time, I guess, but I have only seen twice, and I talked to you about it when there was the tsunami in Japan, that the automotive industry stopped because they didn't have any more places. There is a plan, I guess some of you might be familiar with it, the business resumption plan. When there is a catastrophe or something that prevents business to be conducted, then you always have the plan B. And that plan B goes beyond having this particular safety stock, which is start manufacturing with a supplier B or supplier C, or just relocate production somewhere else or some sort of thing. So I have only seen it happening twice where even the resumption plan cannot work. And what happens is that they stop working and they send everybody to vacation.
Enrique, could you comment on the safety stock in hospitals? Lots of hospitals use this just-in-time inventory system, and with COVID, it showed that a lot of hospitals didn't have enough N95 masks or PPE for their nurses or ventilators for their patients.
Well, I guess anything I could say around that is gonna be just my opinion and my perception, but I guess from a supply standpoint of materials, especially in the healthcare sector, it was destabilized. Now, here was where it depended on what hospital decided to do what. I remember reading an article of one nurse at Park West that, well, there has to be a fine balance, because it becomes a legal issue when you're dealing with these type of things. Guess it's to find the without sacrificing the safety of the healthcare service providers, but at the same time, you need to provide service to the patients, right? So I guess there was people willing to make the sacrifice consciously, or there was some people that knew that they had to deal with a higher workload. But I guess right now the issue of having the PPE available for healthcare sector is kind of stable now. But you saw there was a lot of people trying to come up with ways to make something quicker.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So I guess yeah, that was a good question, because around when you don't know that you're gonna need something and out of the sudden it's needed, there's a reaction time to that. The other consideration here is the safety lead time, where we can cushion the release and due date of shop floor or purchase orders to provide a margin for error. All right. It's used when timing for orders is the issue, and it's not just an inflated lead time. You are kind of consciously deciding how much this should be. The other concept is pegging. It's a link between the demand and the gross requirements. And these records include the specific part numbers that are associated with the gross requirement. All right. So in that sense, this report can tell us if there is a problem such as material shortage, what is the impact that is going to have into the overall delivery with the customer. The other concept is the firm plan orders, right? When you go through the regeneration process, there's a lot of changes that can have over the plan. So you can create this FPO, which is not the same as the scheduled delivery, but it cannot be changed by the MRP system. So there's no adjustment into it, right? So when you have something in firm already coming from that freezing period of the master production schedule, you place a priority into this and you work to make it up. So it could come either by, again, going into extra resources with a supplier, or assigning a temporal special overtime or extra resources to make up for what it is. And we just cover the problem in hand by assigning this specific plan order, all right, and the resources required to make it up. Again, a lot of companies, what they resource to, especially when the labor is a constraint, is to subcontract for a very particular period of time. The people needed to make up with these orders, if material is not a constraint. But if material is a constraint, then doesn't matter resources or extra machines. You cannot do much until you have those resources. If you remember, one of the things that happened when, again, we talk about the toilet and not being available and then having a ton of toilet available. So you can compensate to this to stabilize the system once this whiplash effect creates that over processing need. So not processing, over the excess inventory that comes, that you order it but it didn't come, so you expanded it, you increase the order, so it's got to come at some point. And the whole thing is that for that to work, you need to be on the verge of back order, because otherwise you run into the risk of overproduction and getting with some stock of something that has no demand. The planning horizon, all right, is the time that you're gonna decide that you're gonna have these material requirements plans, and that goes from business to business. Again, and something that I remember sharing with you is that one of the tricks into making profits into the one of the industries I have experienced working with, which is the electronics one. Their revenue came and their profits came by being able to produce faster. So the profit margins were very, very small, but if you produce very fast, then you would be able to get that profit in the same period, in the same time frame. So in order to being able to produce fast, you have to react fast to whatever demands the particular customer was asking for. So the MRP requirements in this environment were usually over a longer period of time. And the reason why is to produce electronics that have high value, the physical space that one component, call it chips or whatever you want, is not much. So electronics, especially phones or I don't know, back then it was music devices. I'm talking about a long time ago. It doesn't require a lot of space, and there's companies that produce these very cheaply, and you can plan to have on hand a very large amount of inventory with either keeping it with yourself or in transit. So as you process these faster and send it back to the customer, to the point, in some cases it was directly to point of sale, you increase your revenues. So longer planning horizon increases computational requirements. Shorter planning horizon is less effective plans if significant future demand is not visible, right? And it should cover the cumulative lead time for all finished good items. So that's what we have been talking about. It depends on how much it takes to produce and to get the components. That's at least the minimum amount of time that you need to have in order to plan. And sorry. This is the last concept before we jump into the last break. The schedule receipts basically represent the actual commitment, and plan orders are only the current plan and can be changed more easily. So that's from the purchasing department standpoint, right? The materials procurement. Scheduled receipts for production orders already have component materials assigned. And the plan order releases do not have component materials assigned, all right? All right, so we're gonna go into the last portion of the day. Let's take a 5-minute break. We'll come back. All right. Let's go through the last stretch of the day. It's going to be the use of the MRP. So in using the MRP, we're going to describe the functions of the planner, the meaning of the exception codes, the actions into bottom-up replanning, and the system, an example of a system output. So the MRP planner has primarily the responsibility of going through all of these items here in sequence. It's the release of both purchase orders and shop floor orders. And generally speaking, is a printed card that you get out of whatever ERP system that you have. Sometimes it could be done by hand. Sometimes you just print the report from the computer, from the ERP system, and just go to the shop floor and release these orders. In an ideal context, you would be working by doing this with the in much simpler terms, and instead of a production control or a production planner, you would go with the line supervisor and work either with the bottleneck process or within the bottleneck unit of the particular company. One of the other tasks of the planner is the rescheduling because of due dates. Another is the analysis and update of the MRP, which is changing the lot sizes and the lead times, and the scrap allowances and the safety stocks. Reconciliation of the inventories. That's possibly one of the biggest issues that we can find into the whole inventory topic among organizations. So if anything that has been done here in these stages is followed consistently and with discipline, then there's not much to be done here. But we know that there's a lot of things that could happen in a period of time, and I don't know, I don't see that commonly happening lately, but I remember the days where companies, I mean, it still does. I mean, and probably some of you go through the inventory days as well, but I remember that some of the retail companies, at least back in Mexico, used to close for a period of 1 week in order to do inventory reconciliation. This usually was at the end of the year or at the end of the fiscal year or some period of time. Another task is to identify the problems, but when you are pretty much working in this area, well, there's going to be a lot of problems that they may not pay attention to. Solve shortages, right? When all of this is over there, this is a big red flag. I remember I knew a lot of people when I started in my career that lost their job because of this. I have mentioned that there's a big Nissan factory in my hometown, and there is a penalty associated for every minute that you stop the line. And that's pretty much the output that back then, if you stop the line for 1 minute, that's associated with the pretty much having one car out of the line. 2 cars actually was. So you would end up paying a penalty of, I think it was something somewhere around $10,000 or $30,000, something like that, which in Mexican pesos Back then, you added one more zero, and it sounds like outrageous. But anyways, there was a lot of people that, because they were not procuring and doing a good job into all of these parts, they're used to have shortages. So in order to prevent, again, cost was the priority. If it was gonna be more expensive to fly in materials, usually the alternative to prevent shortage is to fly materials in. If that was gonna be more expensive than the penalty of shortage at the company, well, then it was just take the hit. But that was not very frequent, because we're talking about that was the penalty per minute. So if you have a shortage, that means they're gonna stop the line for more than, I would say, half a day, if not a couple of days. So that becomes very, very expensive. And the last item of the MRP planner is to enhance the system overall. All right. I guess the person that we are working closely in this project that we have mentioned, it's the MRP planner. The exception codes in the materials requirement planning can be categorized within three major, pardon the redundancy, but three major categories. And that's just basically the urgent parts, right? The parts that was pretty much not something that was good for the business, all right? And something that is outside current capacity. Now, this could happen because salespeople always tries to do magic, right? And these are common scenarios. I remember being involved in a planning session with a company that made food products. And this was a long time ago. Again, that was in Mexico, where this company was making still some food products, cans of things that it was costing to them twice as much the selling price. And nobody stopped, because the volume was very, very little. Nobody stopped to identify that. But silently, over a period of 1 year, they were losing a considerable amount of money on that particular business. So when they realized about that, basically, they just eliminated that product line from the production. And it's where you need management input to do. Bottom-up replanning is used through the pegging data. And basically, it's your only resource to know when actual customer orders are going to be impacted. And this is where it requires negotiation. And remember, my brother, he used to be a quality director in a cardboard packaging company. And he used to travel a lot with the salespeople to explain when the orders were not gonna be delivered on time. So whenever you have this as a fact, pegging data is the one resource that is going to tell you exactly how much the impact is. And this is the system output. So this is one of those MRP cards of reports, and it includes all the information that we just covered. Basically, you go through the part number and description. It has the additional information and the policy and lot size data, and then the planning data. All right. So I guess since you guys work with this, some of you are familiar with this type of report working on either a daily or weekly basis. So here we go by weekly periods. That's a month of July, August, and then it jumps into specific other term that combined periods, right? So that's basically how it looks like. And if you see, you have this additional information that we just covered. So the exception parts for a specific order, and the pegging data for allocation, and then the requirement. And all of this goes over this particular support number. Some of the most common issues that you're going to find here is when exactly was addressed earlier in the class, unexpected changes. When you have to reschedule orders, when you have to deal with complex transactions, and the most vicious of all, when there's no contemplation beforehand of something that happened, right? So situations when the system was not prepared or designed to handle. The most drastic effect this could have is to not do anything about it. And trust me, I have seen that several times because it's out of the radar. It was a problem, but basically is not part of someone's job description to fix it. So these are some of the most common things. Now, since we covered from the previous session, within the master production schedule, that goes more in the managerial level. And when we land into the MRP, this goes more closely to the effects that happen in the shop floor. All right. So anything that happens within the MRP is something that you're going to immediately see an effect in the shop floor. The planning job could be very stressful, especially when you have to adjust changes that happen in a daily basis. And some of you may relate to that. So just to summarize, the entire concept here is that we're going to be dealing with an effective use of MRP that it's a system that allows the development of a forward-looking approach to the material flows, all right? The MRP system provides the coordinated set of linked product relationships. And this gets reflected particularly in individual part numbers. We're not dealing with aggregates at all anymore. So that's why it's important to go with the requirements from the bill of materials. And all the decisions made to solve problems will be or must be implemented inside the system. And the transactions must be processed to reflect the resultant changes. Okay. And that's, again, talking about the system itself is the exchange of the information, including the computer, the platform that is being used for the requirements planning. And the effective use of exception messages allows you to pay attention to the vital few against the trivial many. Well, with that, we conclude today's lecture. So as I mentioned, well, the quiz should be available to you now. You have from today till Friday, 1:30 p.m. next week to answer. And the 15 minutes is the same time. Have your templates ready to be solving a problem. And same structure, you have 3 questions from each one of the topics that we covered. and one problem at the end. And what else? The clock is gonna remain on top, 15 minutes, all right? So it's gonna be only 15. Yes, go ahead.
What were those 3 topics one more time?
It's basically the sales and operations planning, the master production schedule, and the second part that was not included in the initial quiz of forecasting. Actually, it's we had forecasting lecture 2 and forecasting lecture 3.
Okay, thank you.
You mind repeat that, Matt? The master, you say master production schedule?
Yeah. So it's basically the last 4 lectures.
Okay.
All right. So it's forecast 2, forecast 3, sales and operations planning, master production schedule.
Thanks, sir.
All right. So today's topic is not included in the quiz. Today's topic will go directly into the third quiz. All right.
And can you have the simulation up early tomorrow morning so that we can get started on it and not finish late?
Yeah. It's gonna be like this last time. I think it was available at 6 in the morning, 6:30 or 5:30, something like that. I can't remember.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? All right. Well, if you have any questions while going through the project, do not hesitate to send me an email. And have a great weekend.